Good morning. Today is October 4th, 2023. Time is now 9 a.m. I'm Kevin Day, Chair of the Custer County Board of Commissioners, and I will call this meeting of the board to order. If you do have cell phones, please silence them at this time. I looked at Bill.
Yeah, and I did it about 10 minutes ago.
There you go.
Still
and if you would join us for the pledge, and I did the invocation yesterday.
I'll do it.
Kelly, please.
I pledge allegiance
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you.
Please join me for prayer. Lord, we just thank you for this day, this beautiful country and county that we live in. Lord, we bring this business before you. We ask for your guidance and leadership and direction in which ways to go. I just pray for all of our employees with the county, Lord, that you keep them safe as they do their job today. And I also pray for the citizens that you bless them and you keep them as they go about their business in this county. In your name, amen.
Amen. Thank you, sir. Kelly, could we get a roll call, please?
Commissioner Day,
Present.
Commissioner Kanda,
Here.
Commissioner Epp,
Present.
and Clerk to the Board, Kelly Camper present.
Thank you. And audience introduction, we'll start with you.
Dana Dane, Wetmore. Lisa Bivens, Director of Finance and HR.
Roman Braids, Vance. Stephen Wilcox.
Joni Wilcox. Virginia Tribune.
All right, thank you. And if anybody goes to speak later, if you could identify yourself for the record, I'd appreciate it. Sorry about that, guys. I looked over to Steve first instead of you, Joni, so.
No problem.
All right, do we have any amendments to the agenda?
None from me. No, sir.
Okay, no minutes today. Commissioner items, Commissioner.
I don't believe I have anything today, sir.
Okay. Commissioner Kanda.
Had a meeting this morning with the the Gates Air Director of service for this area, tech support. And good news is we can buy state-of-the-art VFR transmitter and DMOD, which it says what we need. He knows what we have. They service all of Colorado. All the major stations across the state are on their deal. And he knows our frequency and our call signs and all that. And so that existing gear costs around $13,000 ballpark, which is, I thought, really amazing. That's good. And he says that once you buy it, you forget it. You don't have to worry about the problems we've had in the past. It's really reliable. And we need two of them. 2 channels.
Well, that's times
We
2.
got times 2, that's 26 grand. So, so what I'm going to do is meet with the chief engineers, both stations again. I'm going to cut a deal. This is hopeful that they will service anything in the future for it and install it for us. And that there'll be probably a charge to install that on top of this. As their share of what we're doing, because we're going to own it like we have in the past. And it sounds like a pretty reliable thing. So we'll
Does
see.
that come with like the directional antennas? Because I know they were talking about
All the equipment
everything that we need.
to make it work. And so we'll see. I'll talk with Shannon Finn and the I lost the name of the chief engineer. Chris is the other one. So we'll work out the details, and he knows all of them. And he says Shannon does a good job of installing things, so we can have him do it for us.
In case you weren't aware, Vince, that's on the TV tower. So just
Do we need to build a road up there?
Yeah, the contract we have which is a verbal one that's in place right now, and that's what they have no other copies, anything, is we are responsible for the whole show. So I'm trying to get them to come and share at least part of that with the
Are they
repairs.
gonna bring that trailer like they?
No.
No, so.
No,
they
We'll
just
see.
use the
We
present
probably use the
building?
present building because it's probably good. We'll see what they say when they get here, but, and we can also decide whether we want to take and insulate this building of ours if we had to. I don't think.
There's other people in there that. There's great other stuff in there,
Right.
so.
Sorry, we gotta get there, but we have to have a meeting. We'll have him come up there. He wants to take a look at it. We'll make a plan. Don't know yet. I'm just getting the raw numbers together.
Short answer though on your road is we'll still have to
Do the road.
keep it maintained to
Yeah.
get up there when they need it.
And if you want to get the dynamite out and blast it so it's wide enough, that's okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can rip it out if you think you can. I'll dare you.
But the other digging and stuff is not on the plate right now, like you were gonna do with that other building came.
Not right now. All I got.
Alrighty. After our meeting today, I mentioned this yesterday, I'm gonna meet with Jeremiah and Matt, and we're gonna go look at that Vertimont tower. So that's taking place at 2:00 today.
Good.
That's all I have. Okay. Do you have anything for us today, Kelly?
I do not.
Okay, brings us to public comment. Anybody has anything they'd like to comment on at this time? Mr. Hedberg.
Thank you, Mr. Day. I'm more than disturbed about what's been happening at the commissioner meeting, particularly yesterday. And I'm just going to say, Bill Kanda has the opportunity to end the nonsense that's been going on, and he needs to do it. You can't even figure out that when an employee is terminated by state law, you're required to pay them immediately. So after 7 years as a commissioner, Bill Kanda can't even understand what his own job role is. And he allows all of that public out there to come in there and crucify Kevin Day instead. So it has to end. I know Bill Kanda doesn't think that he has to follow the state laws or the state statutes or listen to his own attorney, but he does. So at this point, if we're going to move on with the government's actually doing their job around here, it's on Bill Kanda to stop this witch hunt against Braden Wilson and stop trying to get that check back from him. You fired him, you owed him money. That's the end of the story, period. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Looking to see if they have anything else. And your hand is still up, sir. Okay. Seeing no other public comment. Has anybody heard from Rich this
He's
morning?
walking right out.
He's right there. There he is.
Well, you had perfect timing. You
Come on up.
Up here.
Don't hide.
Kayla, you can push that door closed. Good morning, sir. Morning. How are you? Doing well.
Good to see you, Rich.
Good to see you.
How are we then?
Very good. I got a couple numbers to bring to the board's attention. Our crime reports for the last quarter are up 4%. And that's better than we were at the beginning of the year, where we were up a little bit higher than that. Our number of arrests are down 14%, which is good, but we're also having some people stay in jail longer days, and that's where we're contracting to Fremont County, so we're spending more money.
More money because they're down there.
They're down there. And then something of concern to me is that last week we had 2 completed suicides in Custer County. And one of those was a veteran. And so I actually just posted on Facebook
Hmm.
our options that we have for mental health here in the community, which includes Sol Vista. And we entered an agreement with Sol Vista, and they have a resource called the Mobile Crisis Team. And so if someone is in mental health crisis, they can call the team directly or call us, and we'll call them. And then a clinician will actually come out to their house and work with them to kind of resolve the issue they have that night. And then Sol Vista opened up a program called the Regional Assessment Center that's in Salida. It's actually on the campus of the part of the Rockies hospital. And so it's a voluntary inpatient thing, and a person can stay there for up to 28 days. But when you walk in the front door, you actually talk to a physician. They have access to the medication, so you can kind of start your treatment right there. And so that was concerning. So I believe we've had 3 suicides this summer, and then 2 of those were last week.
So if you worked with Dr. Brown, he gets out in the veterans world, and
Yep.
he sees a lot. So you've been coordinating some of the stuff.
So I have talked to Dr. Brown and also the veteran service
Okay,
officer.
yeah, that's the other question, because he's been trying to get the both of them together.
Yep.
So
But it's definitely a team effort.
Yeah.
And by the time the people get down to the law enforcement option, we're
Too
not
late.
we're not the ideal
Yeah.
Person. So it's way better if we can nip this farther in the bud. And so one of the things that I put on our Facebook post today is that even if someone has tried counseling in the past and it worked or didn't work, if they feel like they are in trouble, it's like, go ahead and try that again. And sometimes it's not a good fit with your counselor. You can get a different counselor, but that's definitely the way to go. I have a coffee with a cop scheduled the last Saturday of this month. That's actually going to be at the San Isabel Lodge, and we'll be advertising that to try to reach the people in San Isabel. Another service that the sheriff's office provides is called a certified VIN inspection. And so in an unusual case, a person buys a car and there's some kind of problem with the paperwork, or it's a salvage or some other things. And so they have to have a police officer with special training examine the numbers and enter it into a computer DOR. And so we actually sent 6 people to training last month with the State Patrol, including posse members. And we're going to start offering those on scheduled Wednesdays in the month. And people can sign up online, and we'll have a crew there. So you just drive up and they can get your car knocked out real quick. The state does set a fee on that of $50. And I talked with the treasurer of how we'll account for that coming to her as well. This summer, we've received over $4,000 in donations for Bulletproof Vests, and that's all been deposited with the treasurer. But at my next meeting, I'll probably need to come in with an amendment of how to move it from the donation line over to the line where we actually spend the money to buy the Bulletproof Vests, which is it's called safety equipment on our budget there. We have 2 employees who are still on injury duty from workers' comp cases. One of those was injured early in the year during a fitness exercise at a community college on duty. And then the second person was injured in the courthouse helping to move some furniture. Our staffing, we continue to be full staffed. And we have our 3 newest recruits who are nearing the end of their 12-week field training program. So by mid-month, they'll be out on the road functioning as full deputies. And I believe that's all I have for you guys. Do you have any questions for me?
That include like homemade trailers and things of that nature?
Yep, exactly. That's exactly one of the things that happens. Now, the certified VIN inspection is the complicated procedure. There is a less complicated procedure called a VIN verification. And typically that applies if you bought a car out of state and you're driving it here and you want to register it with the county. And we do that. We'll do those on those special days, but we do those throughout the week too. And it's a lot less paperwork to do that.
I think James come down and did get a trailer for me once.
What crimes are up 4%, or what's making us start to go back up?
So I apologize. I don't have that breakout on my sheet here. Just from and I do read every police report as it comes in. We continue to struggle with domestic violence. And so we had a person in the community that was significantly injured this weekend in one of those incidents. We have a second one where there was a couple, and the perpetrator of that continues to violate protection orders and different things. And so I believe that that's probably one of the items of concern is domestic violence.
No carjacks.
No, thank God for that.
Asking because I've had concerns voiced to me from the Wetmore residents in that area. Is our one individual back in Wetmore again?
I know the person you're talking about. So we have had some burglaries down there. And in the case you're referring to, I believe last summer, there was a person who chose to be homeless and was living in a vacant trailer down there and then stealing things to survive. And we arrested him, and then the judge was going to let him go. He refused to sign the bond paper because he wanted to stay in jail because it was a meal and shelter for him for a while. So I don't know if that particular guy is back, but we are.
I had heard that he was, and then he'd
Okay.
been in a house there
Oh,
just
no.
a few doors up from me,
All right,
so.
I'll go back and check.
I might do some more digging, and if I hear something, I'll let you know.
Very good.
You live in a rough neighborhood.
It is sometimes.
Our car deer crashes are up. That's another thing. And so I think this is just the season where a lot of those happen. So we're getting one or two of those almost every day.
About time for the bucks to be stupid and not care what's coming down the highway.
So several of my friends have been hunting and been unsuccessful so far. And I said, we'll just drive up and down Highway 69.
Let this deer commit suicide on the car.
That's right.
That's there's problems out there.
A couple, $3 along the highway this morning.
Was it really?
Yeah.
Well, I'll send an email to you guys with the breakdown of the actual specific crime because I do have that here.
Appreciate that.
Oh, and then the posse once again donated 800 hours last month to the community, and that's a significant savings on our manpower line. And they've been present for special events. In this past weekend, we had a film festival here called Equus, and it had to do with mental health. And so we had our mounted posse out on patrol. And again, every time they're out there, we get good reviews from the tourists. We did get two citizens complained that there were signs of a horse after they were gone
They're gonna have to live with the West.
on the road.
No diapers.
And then another thing that we've been doing is this a service called County Patrol. And so posse members will patrol drivable roads in Custer County. And so I'll make sure we do some more in Wetmore, but they're out there with their eyes and ears open, being a visible deterrence.
You've been doing that.
Yes, all summer long.
I've gotten a lot of favorable reports on that, and I run into them
Good.
all the time
Good.
when I'm out.
Good.
That's amazing.
And
They're everywhere.
we appreciate the placement of that vehicle down there as well. I think it's been beneficial.
Well, one of your citizens called me and said they knew the vehicle was there, but they still saw it and slowed down because it just.
That's what it's for.
Well, then people get used to nobody being in it, and then one of these
Then all of a
days. there'll
sudden,
be a
bam.
So, yeah, so thank you. We appreciate
You
that.
betcha.
Thanks, Rich.
Thank you.
Take a donut with you. will you?
Oh, yeah. I love wildflower donuts, so.
So does everybody. Let me give you full service here.
Good morning.
Morning.
See you later. Thanks.
Thank you.
Mine was upside.
Yeah, mine was too. I turned it around. Did you turn it around?
I guess
Numbers come out better.
I can understand it, yeah, so.
It's not dyslexia, it's something else when you read upside down. Okay, what's the problem?
No problems today.
There you go.
I was looking, our First and last column don't match. There's no parentheses in the last column. I look for that now.
I do too. I go look at my last report, make sure it matches
There you go.
with the balance forward. Yeah, I don't trust them anymore. But I think that was because of that problem we had.
Looks good. I move we accept the Virginia's treasurer's report
For the month of
of
August.
August.
I would second that. Discussion. Any questions from you, sir?
Sir.
Anything else, sir? All right. I know no one out there has this report, so those in favor of approving the monthly treasurer's report for the month of August as presented, signify by saying aye.
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 That motion carries. Thank you. Thank you, Virginia.
You're welcome.
Okay, first one up on staff report is the events on Road and Bridge. I think we have you on here. Neil from Seneca. I'm looking for your actual report. There it is.
Okay. The Seneca is for the new Vita root system. I gave you guys a breakdown of all the entities, what their percentage would be to pitch in for this. It's just up to end of September on fuel consumption. And I know you guys like 3 bids, and I had apologized. I didn't get the letter to you 3 commissioners. The reason I went with Seneca is because the other company that I'm not satisfied with their work. They come up and work on something and then they're back up working on it. When Seneca, we call Seneca, they're up in 2 days and it's fixed right and they're not back up. So I'll get you a letter stating why I don't have 3 bids.
All right.
And Mike Worthington is very honest. And he was referred by a fuel company in Salida on his workmanship. So I trust the fuel company. So. And we'll have to put this Seneca bid because this does not include the wiring problem we have. So Mike should have that to me in Thursday, the bid for this wiring.
Where's the wiring you told me? Did you bring that? I can't remember.
The wiring problem is from where you plug your keys in
Oh, yeah.
to fuel to the Vita root system in the shop. So that's all got to be and we're going to do the digging, road and bridge. We'll haul the material off, but they're going to do the concrete work when we get this all figured out.
Okay. So you're gonna need the Vita route,
450, the new
the
system.
new 450 system.
Right now, we got the 350 system, and Mike told me and Scott that if we continue to use the 350, it's eventually going to fail, and there's no parts for it. There's no fixing it.
It's for the 350 or parts for what's attached to it.
The 350 and new wiring from the shop where the 350 hangs on the
I got
wall
you.
to the pumps.
So is this still the same key system or?
Yes,
does it go
it'll
to cards
would
or-
maintain our same keys. Might have to reprogram the fuel keys for everybody, but you still use the keys.
How long are they saying the 450 will last before we can't get parts for it?
350,
Or the 450?
The new one.
the new one,
What's it called?
it should last for a long time, the new system.
Just trying to remember how old this system was.
I don't remember when the 350 system was put in.
And so right now where you're having to reset those pumps.
Scott was there Thursday or evening, the fuel, after we went to the fire. And they were tripped and there was no rain. So there's tripping whenever they feel like it. And if you don't know how to trip them, the fire department can't fuel, sheriff's department can't fuel. We know how to trip them, get them back online.
And so for the information of everybody here and listening, this bid from Seneca for this 450 system. The system itself comes in at $23,436.63. The labor fee on there is $4,773 for a total quote of $28,209.63. And then you have no earthly idea what this wiring is going to.
I can take an educated guess between 10 and 20,000, but until Mike gets back with me Thursday.
So
That all in your budget though, in this time? Or is it extra?
That's extra.
We got.
So that would beg the question, and I'm gonna ask it. I know I've already asked it from you before, but I'm gonna ask you here too. Is this something that we can budget for next year
Yes, I already told Mike
not-
next year.
and not do it before
Yeah,
the end
I
of the
already
year?
told
So-
Mike Worthington from Seneca next
So
year.
that answer would be then you will have that in your budget.
Yes, when I get all the numbers from Mike.
So,
It's good.
and that makes that right.
Yep.
You know, that way we don't have that added expense between now and the end of the year. If you can limp it along until then.
Yep.
And then you said you'll have that quote.
Hopefully
In about a week.
Thursday of this week or Monday of next week. He says
Okay.
you need 4 or 5 days.
Okay.
I'm fully staffed right now, so we're good. We have one employee is going to retire in November, and the new employee Scott and I hired is to replace the employee retiring, so we'll be good.
Okay. And then this breakdown would be basically what you did here is take the average of what the entities using the fuel system were.
Yeah.
Their usage for a breakdown on what their
Contributions would be,
contribution to this new system would be, so. So they would need to be all made aware of that, so they
Yes.
can include that in their budget.
yes.
Okay,
And I told Mike to hurry up on the bid because the budgets are due through the month, fire departments this month and stuff.
you have a copy of that, by chance? Alden, you didn't have this copy.
Perfect, thank you.
That's that breakdown of what the different entities using the fuel system,
Oh, perfect.
so that they can know what they need to budget for.
Perfect, thanks.
I'm good. Thanks, Vince.
Okay,
Thank you, sir.
Yep.
Anybody have any questions on any of that other report? Before I turn you in. Well, you're pulling that cattle guard all the way out,
where
255,
second cattle guard, yes,
right there before the curve.
Yep.
Okay,
and reuse it.
you need me to come cut for you?
No, that'll save the road and bridge $5,000 on a cattle guard. That's what it costs to build a new one.
All
We
right,
can reuse it.
excellent. I'm good.
Hey,
Thanks.
thank you.
Vince, thanks.
Thank you.
You're up.
Good morning.
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 Good to see you, Lisa.
Good
Thanks.
to see
Get out.
you.
I said, good to see you can get out.
Yeah, exactly. Happy for you and the top to you.
Thanks.
You're welcome. It's not a whole lot to report for this month, but since I've completed a first full month, of finance and HR, you know, other than regular HR issues, insurance, workers' comp, payroll and accounts payable duties. Was very excited when I did my first completion of that audit and filed it to that clearinghouse. That was exciting. Well, and this year they required that SAMS.gov password, and that is something that we've never had. Our office, it's basically for the grant people. They it is a universal code for Custer County. Anyone who is writing a grant for Custer County, it's all collected into this one website. And so the auditors were unaware of us needing that number as well, but we did it. I did obtain it, and I have it in safekeeping now, so that won't be an issue again. So that felt very good getting that sent away. Still on schedule for the budget. I have an additional email to send to everyone with a little spreadsheet if they haven't. A lot of departments have already gotten me their budgets, so that's been great. There's a few that have not, but we're still in good shape. I would like to have all of the preliminary budgets at the end of next week, and then we can start mulling over those for our hearings the week after.
So that all based on last year's.
Yeah, for now. Yeah, I mean, basically what I've been telling everyone is we're gonna just do our budgets like we would do them for last year, and then depending on what proposition HH turns out to be, then we can have maybe a little amended, you know, what's your wish list over here. So if we do have a little more money to play with, then we can kind of look into that. But we're kind of going to be kind of at a standstill until we find out what the
It's gonna be a while, yeah.
yeah, I know. And so I'll try to do as much preparation as I can up until that time. But in the meantime, we'll at least have some sort of an idea of what numbers are going to look like.
Since you brought it up, well, go ahead. You got something.
Oh, go ahead, Bill. I'll let you finish.
Since you brought it up, HH, did you hear yesterday, we're gonna have a meeting with,
I did hear
and
that.
so we'll do that, in a few weeks, as soon as we can.
Oh, okay. So it's not scheduled just.
No.
Okay.
But it will be, and then it depends on what the plus or minus is on mills, that kind of thing, what we can do or not.
Mhm.
Then we're gonna ask you to calculate the actual numbers based upon the percentages they're shooting for and what the mill levy would
Okay.
change to be.
Right.
So you might want to practice looking at how to do that.
Mhm, mhm.
Because
Oh, I've been all
there
over
might
it.
be,
Yeah. And it's I think, you know, the first time it is such a calculation process, but I believe that between, you know, the folks that I've aligned myself with, I'm wrapping my head around it.
And you can also, you know, there's Stacy Seifert down in Canyon that can help if you have questions.
Oh, that's a
She
great
works
idea.
with this for Fremont County, but mainly for the small taxing districts. to
Okay.
Help calculate that kind of
Okay, I'm
thing.
gonna
She's
have-
the assessor
Got
now,
my pen.
and she can refer to that.
Stacy Seifert?
Seifert.
She's probably the one. I
And
could
she's in
say.
Fremont.
I was at the Florence Fire meeting last night and they were discussing budget. And Fremont County is telling them to submit two separate budgets,
So that's kind of where I'm at.
pretty much like what you're doing.
Mhm.
And one with HH and one without HH.
Okay, so we're on the same page with that. So that's good.
Yeah, that'll
I
work.
believe that they were given at least approximate numbers of what that would entail if HH passes.
Okay.
Lawrence Fire District itself stands to lose over $300,000. If HH passes like 380,000.
It's a lot of money. It's a lot of money if it passes. I mean, the homeowners would be excited, but the
Yeah.
governmental,
Homeowners aren't gonna be too excited because it's still gonna go up.
yeah, but I mean, it's a
Well-
lot of money. If it didn't go through, it would put the county in a very good spot for a
Yeah.
while.
Their savings would be very minimal with HH and
Right.
especially for what they're giving up.
Exactly. So that's where I'm at with that. I'm moving forward with the HR finance assistant position, applications. I've received 5 applications. I will be interviewing those people, all 5 applicants on this coming Tuesday, the 10th of October. Just reviewing the applications and the resumes attached. There are a couple
Good.
qualified people, just from what I've read, both with finance and HR experience. So, which is great because, you know, they could switch either way, you know, depending on what the future holds as far as any kind of
HR
position. Exactly. So that person would be an asset for sure. So I'm looking forward to getting that wrapped up, and I'd hope to have an offer to someone by the end of next week, if all goes well. I like to call it the full immersion method regarding learning the true finance and HR director position. It's been a deep dive for this entire month with problem solving and workload and just keeping us moving, functioning as efficiently as we can. Kevin brought up a great comment yesterday during the meeting regarding those out of cycle checks. There are a few departments that need a little encouragement, to make these deadlines. And unfortunately, now that we are in such the public eye and we are that full transparency piece, we're really going to have to work on timetables and what's that going to look like, and how are we going to make sure everything is getting paid on a timely basis. If someone forgets it, you know, that's going to be a tough one, because if someone forgets to submit something and they come in mid-cycle and say, oh, I mean, so we're going to have to think about how we want to handle that, because we don't want late fees on things. You know, what's the best way to skirt that? We don't want late fees. We don't want things being, you know, we don't want anything being jeopardized. However, we don't want to give free passes either. So something to think about. Looking very forward to our grant writing workshop for all staff on November 16th with Sam DiNardo and his fantastic group of auditors. No time has been set yet for that, but it will be on that day. And I'm looking really forward to getting a cohesive, everybody on the same page, a cohesive plan as to how to start a grant, finish a grant, and everything in between. And I'm looking forward to the next year's audit, so we can start this process in February, which is feasible. We could start this as soon as I roll the year and get all of our government things out, W-2s and 1099s. We can start our auditing for this past year. So that's my goal. And I know it may be lofty, but but it's my goal, because, you know, I did discover.
Set it low, you're going to achieve low.
Exactly. I want it to be done. I want this to be done, you know, by May. And I don't feel that there's any reason why it shouldn't. This year, especially, you know, last year was just such a learning process for everyone, because we're all pretty new. You know, we came in, everybody was at that first or second year mark in working for the county. This year, we really had more of a grasp at what's expected from DiNardo and what they expect to see as far as documentation and what kind of reports that they want pulled and that sort of thing. So, and that's all time consuming. And one other thing that we did realize this year with our audit is that it's a first come, first serve with them. So after their tax season, it's basically the first county that calls them and says, we're ready. That's where the lineup begins. And unfortunately, we were behind. I reached out in the beginning of May, and it took until the end of June for them to be able to finally get up here. And that was in addition to us, you know, Braden had, you know, taken all of the grant information down to their office beforehand, and we were emailing them things so they could be working it in the office rather than coming up and doing a actual site visit. So,
So
so.
is there a criteria that certain things have to be completed before they'll do a audit? Can
No,
it be any time on any process of where you are within the
right,
fiscal
so,
year?
so I'm
It
gonna
is.
just go by the prep sheet from this past year I kept, and I've, made notes of what, it basically, if you if you have everything completed on that preparation sheet, they can come up and do it anytime.
Okay, that's
So.
good. Then you can
yeah.
hit a time where we're not so busy.
Exactly. And so another strategy I've decided to do was the lease part. This new law with the leases, it's that what is a GASB gas 69 or whatever that new law is. I can't remember it offhand, but it's requiring anything that's a lease. If it's under 12 months, you don't have to worry about it. But if it's like a renewable lease, like the copiers or the postage meter, or like a grader, or anything that has value that we're going to continue to pay rent payments on, has to be accounted for. And that was a big problem this year, because I know what copiers and leases I have in my possession. They're kind of all over. And I think it's because there's been just such a turnover over the years. There's really never been, everything should have been held in
Like
one
an
place.
IT maybe are.
Well, and I've heard, is this true? Are all the leases supposed to be held in your office? And they are,
Wherever
and
they
they
are.
haven't been. And so, so what I thought is every Xerox bill that I pay, I'm going to make note, write down the serial numbers and track them down in every department, because we're getting a lot more bills for Xerox than we do have leases. So
If things are breaking or something.
I'm thinking that we don't own them. I'm thinking we're leasing them and we just don't have the paperwork. So I'm going to have to figure out where those machines are and get a hold of that. And then we'll have one collective spot and take care of that. So there's that piece. And then also I would like to start back up with monthly department meetings. Once I get a assistant in that can kind of hedge off the front line for me, I would like to start really going into the departments once a month, finding out what their needs are, going through their line items, making sure everybody's got a grasp of what line items mean what, and where money should be taken out of when they're paying bills, and do we need to transfer any money in the future, and how do we look in their department. So I would like to know and start doing that. Because really, for me to do my job effectively, I really need to know how all the other departments are running and what are they doing, So I would like to start doing that as well. Other than that, just with everything else, I've just had a lot on my plate and I'm just chugging along.
And you're feeling better.
I am feeling better. Yep, I am feeling better. Thank you. So do you have any questions for me?
You're good. My point of view.
What help do you need from us?
Stay out of her way.
No, no, I really can't think of anything at the moment, but I truly am, I'm not afraid to ask for help. So if I require anything, I'll let you guys know. And, there's the budget, it's going to be kind of a all hands on deck, because it's big. And with the two, I'm going into not just one, but I'm going to be having to prepare two essentially. So, my goal is just to get some help with this assistant and get them and then rolling. And then that, I think that's going to free me up a ton. Right now, it's been, we're just keeping on. I mean, I'm just doing what I need to do to keep things going smoothly. So, but thank you.
Thank you very much for coming in while you were sick.
Oh, you're welcome.
I know that was.
I can't not
hey, you guys.
No, you better not.
I know, it costs us a lot of money.
As sick as you were,
That was tough.
you should not have had to be here.
No.
I thank you very much.
Well, you're
for
welcome.
coming and
I'm
doing
glad that it
because
worked out.
needed that.
And we
That
need
was it.
your assistant, that's for sure.
Yeah, yeah,
Things
I
happen.
think
People
that-
get sick.
I think the assistant will be a great asset, so I think we're good. Perfect, thank you
Lisa.
very much, appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you.
What did you, yeah, sit down. so-
Good morning.
Good morning.
It is too.
Morning,
Thank
sir.
you.
How's it going?
Let's see, let's see if I can find it over here.
Yeah.
There it is. Like we got 3 pages.
Yeah, kind of shortened it
I
up
think
and
I'm in the right spot.
Christopher,
made sure it wasn't quite so redundant and
yeah,
so just to get started, we had 6 special conferences this past month. Compliance inspections, there were 9. We had 5 violation reviews, so basically that's sitting down with somebody that we may have sent out a letter to. And they came in, scheduled a meeting and we set a plan to try to get their property into compliance. We had 2 septic contractors from out of our county come in and take the test. And we had 12 septic inspections, which one I did fail. I did partner with my counterpart at the state because I wanted to make sure. It's not very often that I fail a septic system with one of our long-term contractors, but I noticed some issues and also spoke to Wyatt in Fremont County and he concurred with him and we decided that it was an issue. So the contractor was very open to my feedback and I'm waiting for him to redo the system or make adjustments, if you will. So that went very well.
you said you had 12, the sheet I have has 10.
I'm sorry, 10.
Oh, okay. Right, for me. Then I had a quick question.
Yep.
Special conferences, did that include conferences on what? Is that with
Um,
customers or with what?
It can be both. A lot of times what that has to do with is if I have someone coming in and they're trying to decide if they qualify for home occupancy permit or
I see.
SUP.
Discussion.
Correct. And a lot of times I involve Keith Hood with that, with me in those meetings. So we've been busy. I think we have 4 scheduled for this month already. So there's a lot going on from that perspective in the county right now. Sometimes it's just a resident. I'll give you an example. I had Caleb from West Cliff. He's looking at doing a project. He came in, we sat down and talked. Now we're going to involve Keith in that conversation as well. So
So that way they know what they need before they.
absolutely. So it kind of gives them an idea whether they want to put the money out for that particular permit. And if that's really the direction they want to go. And a lot of times we do take them a different direction because they're not understanding exactly the zone that they're in and what's allowed in that particular zone. So it's a good process. It works well. The permits this month, we had 10 septic permits compared to 14 last year. So they are down a little bit. Dwelling permits are at 11. We had 10 last year. And I want to talk about that a little bit. Of those 11, 4 of those were renewed permits. So we had sent out a notice saying your dwelling has expired. So they came in and renewed. And I started questioning that. I didn't realize that number inflates our dwelling permits that in the system that we have.
So not as many dwellings as it.
Right, it's not as high. So we are actually slowing down a little bit. I caught it because I started looking at the use tax and I started questioning why that was down this month compared to any other month. Well, it was because we don't charge the use tax again. So that was kind of interesting, something I learned anyway, and digging into the reports a little bit further. The non-dwellings were at 19 compared to 33 last year, so that is significantly lower. Overall, our permits are at 30 for the month for this year. And last year we were at 45, so it is starting to slow down. If we look at the financials, and I'll just kind of summarize them a little bit. In 2022, we were at 38,000. $381,540.97. This year to date in 2023, we're at $551,212.50. So we're $169,671.51 above what we were last year. So we're moving along, doing pretty good, even though the building seems to be a little bit lower. If you look at the 2023, what I was referring to and what kind of caught my eye and I dug into, if you look at September's numbers in 2023, the use tax was significantly down. And that's what got me to start looking and as to why the numbers were down, what was causing that number to be down. And that was when we discovered that if they come in and renew a permit, it adds that to that our dwelling number. Open compliance issues right now, we're just inundated with issues of people dumping waste on the ground, both black and gray water. I have worked with Dr. Brown on 3 of them. We've issued 2 cease and desists. I had a conference with one of them. We sat down and made a plan. They've already contacted a septic contractor, and we're working with them on the timeline. So if they come in and they're willing to work with us, I'm willing to sit down with them and try to set up a plan. And if they need additional time and we can come up with a way for them to dispose of that waste in a proper way, that's what we're doing right now. So we have quite a few of them. Dr. Brown and I went out and cease and desisted one property. It was a very beautiful, probably huge cabin, actually. Quite expensive, but they didn't seem to feel the need to put in a septic system. So we had addressed that in the past, and they had not taken advantage of fixing the situation. So we did cease and desist that property. So we have several other ones that we're looking into, and I'm still working on. The revoked STR that we did back in June has contacted an attorney, and I am working with Dan. I passed everything on that they had requested to him yesterday, and he's going to look through everything and pass that back on to the attorney. So we're working on that. We mailed out 12 compliance letters already last month. Already this week, in the first week of October, we've done 13. So the compliance issues seem to be compiling for some reason, or we're just getting on top of them. Just some current projects, the iWork system. I've made the decision that I'm not going to ask for that in my budget next year. We just are not getting the data that we need to keep that system updated. So it's not, right now, we're working in 2 different systems. So that it's a challenge. The system would be great, but we just don't have the resources or the data to keep that updated as quick as our parcels are being sold. It's been a struggle. So a lot of times we pull the information up and it's it's the parcel doesn't come up with the right information, or it's just a blank. Before it was blank land, vacant land, and we're just not getting the data. So I've made the decision that we're going to go ahead and not continue with that, just continue that for next year. Maybe there's a better system out there. One of the other reasons that I'm making that decision is that it does not support the Colorado on-site waste management system to, we still have to use our old system for the septics. So I'm calling around other counties to see how they handle that, because a lot of the online platforms that I've looked into do not support that, because each state is specific to the requirements and how many infiltrators or how, the requirements for designing and installing a septic. So, any questions on that?
What would it take to use it? And is it usable? I mean, is it a complete waste, or what would you need for iWork to actually work?
I would love to have data downloads from in the form of a REST file from the assessor's office, but that's not something that's available. So that would be the ultimate situation. I mean, I could.
Is that monthly at least, or?
It could be quarterly.
Okay.
Yeah. I know that Vernon's working really hard on trying to get all that done, but the data's there if we could share it.
Okay.
Where was I? Updates on the resolution. Right now, I have a few more suggestions just because of things that have happened recently that I'm going to send to the planning commission. If they decide they want to add that to some of the changes, then I'll send out a email vote for them as to whether they all agree on the changes that they are suggesting, and then I'll get back to you all and maybe we can schedule a time to have a workshop, and we will all present the suggested changes that we have for the plan for the zoning resolution. So that's in the near future. I did send out to all of you the changes that I'm suggesting for the outs regulations. They are very old. It's been a long time since we've updated them. I think it's something I would really like everybody to consider. I understand that there's questions about the chemical toilets and everything, but we just need to decide whether we're going to go with what the state's regulations are, or if we're going to change that and make it different for our county. So,
Who are you working with, man?
I'm sorry,
Working with, who's reviewing it?
it's me.
No, but I mean, you said you were working.
I sent it out to all of you on a link to take a look at. It's in
Yeah,
Google.
who was
Doc.
all of you? That's us and
Right,
just
and
the three
Dr.
of us?
Brown.
That's all? That's
Yes.
all of you? I thought it was including others like Keith Hood and others.
No, I don't believe that they have anything to do with the outs regulations. I apologize if I said it that way. But it went out to the three of you and Dr. Brown.
Yeah, I saw that.
Yeah. Do you know, do we have a Board of Health meeting scheduled
For November.
for
And he's
November?
gonna, I asked him yesterday to make sure he works with you to get that.
Yeah, and I can help him put the agenda together and
Yes, I
and get
asked
that
him to
taken
do
care
that,
of.
yeah.
Okay.
And it's on an odd day because of voting.
All right.
So it's like on a Thursday.
Okay.
Like the 9th or 8th, whatever it is.
I'll get with him then.
So on our normal schedule, I think the official schedule, I don't know, is the schedule's posted on the website and then for all the meetings, is it?
I don't know for the.
For the whole year, I thought we
I
had,
think that it's on there.
so I think it's current,
Okay.
that it has the 8th or 9th, I think is.
Okay.
So,
Just on the main calendar? Maybe I missed what you
I
said.
don't know.
Okay,
where
I'll
it's
get with
posted.
Dr. Brown.
Or talk to Vernon, however they post it.
I can send them a message. They'll post it. They're really good about that. I would like, once we're done with making the changes to the outs regulations, have a meeting with all of the contractors. So a meeting with all the pumpers, all of the installers, all the what other ones, the soil analysis. There's a lot of, in a lot of cases, we don't have records from those contractors. So I just want to make sure we're all on the same page. We're all looking at things the same way. They know what my expectations are of them when we come out. And I thought it'd be nice if we did Trying to think of how I can get them in there. So I thought maybe if it was,
Donuts.
I was thinking dinner, or maybe make something and have them all in and
Or scones.
there you go. So that's my plan. Once that's all done, hopefully, if we're looking at November for the meeting, we can do something in December or January. That should be slower months for them, and that should be a good time to ask them to come
Sure.
in. And then I did get an offer from Granicus, or actually, yeah, it came from Granicus. Normally, the address identification is $5,000. That's what I applied for the grant. I did not get the grant. I looked through everybody who was approved for the grant. They did not put out as much money this year for that particular item as they did last year. So they did contact me and offer us a $2,000 discount. I do have the $3,000 in my budget, so I would like to go that direction. We'll be saving the $5,000 from iWorks, so that next year, if we feel like we're going to move forward with that, with the Granicus, and it works, and meets our needs, then I can take some of that money from there. So just to give you an idea from the STRs, because that's what that system's going to support, is it basically going to identify anybody who's renting their house as a short-term rental without a proper permit. Just to give you an idea, through the month, at the end of the year, we should be sitting at the income coming in from STRs should be about 22,500. So granted that everybody renews, which I don't see anybody not renewing their permit, we'll be sitting at 22,500 for the year.
Budget. So, and you did get everybody on the January schedule, now to be January through December.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, we have
How many STRs do we currently have
51.
permitted?
51. We have one open spot for zone 3 yet this year. Other than that, it all filled up. We've had a lot of interest. I'll bet you every day we get at least 2 phone calls about property and what the process is. So Delane is really good at going through with them what the process is, what they need to do. So I'm expecting come December, early part of January, we're going to be inundated with a lot of applications. We filled up last year. The first 3 months, 4 months of the year, we had planning commissions meetings and filled them up. So, except for that one.
Good.
Any questions? Thanks.
Thank you.
Have a good day.
Thank you.
Thanks.
And that takes us to the airport.
You say, Clyde,
Hello.
you're back again.
Well, to begin with, I don't know if you guys have had a chance to read, I filed the report by email this time. So you might have already read the part about the Space Museum.
Mhm.
Do I need to read all that to you?
Not me.
And I'm actually looking for the report.
Luckily,
You should
my
send
my
that to me.
admin got
You
me
should
a
have sent that
copy.
to me.
It won't take 5 minutes to read if you want to.
Go
read it.
ahead.
Go ahead and read it. I think it's worth having everybody here.
Okay, on the 22nd of September, Steve Jansen, the curator of the Southern Colorado Space Museum and Learning Center, which is located, co-located with the Aircraft Museum in Pueblo, came up and he was generous enough to provide us with 2 display cases full of space artifacts, along with numerous photos and paintings to the Silver West Airport. The artifacts and pictures have been placed on display in our combination conference room and public waiting area. The artifacts are on loan from NASA to the Southern Colorado Space Museum, who in turn has loaned them to the Silver West Airport, for display under a memorandum of understanding. The artifacts are part of an ongoing NASA program designed to inspire young people to pursue careers within the aerospace industry. And I myself would like to start trying to drum up some interest in aerospace careers locally. Because the entire aerospace industry is short of people. There's a severe pilot shortage, a severe mechanic shortage. And I would like to encourage young people to start looking in that direction. Okay. Anybody's welcome to go look at that display anytime they want. It's pretty good. And we have at least a part-time resident in Custer County who is a retired space shuttle commander, and he is going to display, next time he comes down, he's going to bring in some stuff we can display at his personal memorabilia. We have some of his mission patches now, but he's got some better stuff than that.
I'd suggest back in the past, when Alan Butler was a commissioner and before, he sponsored Young Eagles, you know, and that was a good way to get people flying. And the astronaut thing is also a very good thing. I would work with the Boy Scouts too, and I'll send you a number of Boy Scout masters. His name is Doug, and it's work getting them involved, and so we'll see what can help. And I think the Young Eagles thing is a great thing too.
Yeah, I agree.
That's EAA, you know.
Yeah. And I agree. And one of the other things I'm looking at is the Civil Air Patrol.
Yeah, Civil Air Patrol. And we've had several questions on that. I know there's somebody being helped right now. So anyway, good thinking.
Okay, and continuing on Thursday, the 26th, our AWAS technician came out and did his quarterly preventive maintenance tasks. And our AWAS site is back up and running. While he was on site, he installed a replacement Raspberry Pi. And Vernon Roth was also on hand to help with the installation and troubleshooting the Ethernet connectivity we've been having. Everything is working now. Our AWAS is back online. I was informed by Tyler that having our METAR data listed by ForeFlight requires a subscription to a data service, which will cost approximately $800 a year. So I'm going to bring that up with the airport board tomorrow.
Yeah.
Okay, I visited with Peggy Martin at the Custer County Health Department about obtaining a defibrillator to place in our building at the airport. And I got the rundown of what it's going to cost, and I'll be bringing that up with the airport board again tomorrow. All the county-owned equipment, the tractor, the skid steer that are used for airport maintenance are all functional now. One of our furnace, fully functional. One of our courtesy cars, though, has a fuel indication problem that needs to be fixed. And after the meeting tomorrow, we'll see if we can get the car up to Road and Bridge. Matthew Carter, the county building maintenance contractor, visited us yesterday on the 29th. Fixed a couple of toilet issues we had and did building cleaning, and he informed me that he is now his company anyway is in charge of doing the janitorial service on the building, and he went ahead and cleaned it while he was there and did a good job. Okay, well, ongoing problem. I'm still waiting for Chuck Murphy of Pavement Maintenance Services to schedule a date to do our crack sealing. Still waiting. I've called his office several times in the last few weeks, talked to his secretary several times. And evidently he doesn't think it necessary to
I don't know
inform
what
his secretary.
I told you I talked to him in person, face
Yeah,
to face, and so he
Yeah, you
swears
told
up
me
and
that.
down he's gonna do it. So I don't know
hope
what
so.
else we can do.
Yeah, I don't either.
He's waiting to the end of this month, so the end of the month is past now, so you ought to be getting anxious about it. So
Yeah, I am getting.
I'm gonna be over in Salida again for an upper arc meeting, and I'll go see him again.
Okay, thank you.
Guess if you get no response, you take it as if I'm not gonna do it and you go elsewhere.
Yes,
If
well, I don't want to. I don't want to say something that the airport board wouldn't want me to
Yeah,
say.
that would be an option that the airport board would have.
Yes,
they know that,
And
but right now, that's the closest one, the cheapest one, and the one that fits the budget, so he's committed, he's signed up.
Yeah.
So we'll see,
communication would be nice.
yeah, sure.
and on a personal note, planning and zoning provided me with a document showing that the entire airport received a special use permit back in 1995 to develop light industry at the airport. So in order to open my shop, I'm not going to need, the way I understand it, I'm not going to need a special permit because they're already in place. All I need is the approval of the airport board, and they have unanimously approved it. So
That's good news.
I don't see anything else standing in the way. So I'd like to consider my business open for business right now. Unless anybody has any objection. It looks like our founding fathers were looking forward to developing light industry at the airport, the way the document's written.
Yeah, I was aware of that, but I didn't know that they had implemented. That's good. I know Jackie Hobby had mentioned a commercial business area out there because of the well. It has a permit to have a commercial need use. So.
Yeah. Okay, well, unless anybody has any other questions, I think I'm finished.
I hope the best for the business.
Well,
That'd be good.
I think it's probably going to work like just about every other business in West Cliff. It'll probably be seasonal and part-time.
That's why it's good. You'll be there full time.
Yeah, so on the courtesy cars, we kind of talked about that yesterday some, and they are just that, correct? Courtesy cars,
Yes.
you guys don't.
That's right. We loan them to people who fly in
um,
and so that they can, visit merchants in town.
Okay. The question that I guess came up is that, and I guess Lisa's been in contact with you, trying to get somewhat of a driver's list for those. Is there any way to put something like that together?
Well, I asked her to call me and she, I guess hasn't had time, but yes. If we have, I don't understand how we could possibly name all the people who are going to drive the courtesy cars because we don't know.
If we could put together some sort of list of people that we know might, or, previous users or something like, it's an insurance issue is what it is, and they need to have a list of the drivers on it.
You ought to, if you get Brian, I'll talk to him, but we need to see what other county airports do, because nowhere do I ever see, people logging people's names on a car. It's a commercial deal, well, somehow, maybe it's more expensive, maybe it's a different carrier we need to look into.
Okay, I'll bring that up at the board meeting tomorrow.
And checking it. We can give them a list, but it would be. We can list everybody on the board.
Yeah, we do have a list of, we do have a form that they fill out when they borrow the car.
That's like a rental car deal.
Yeah, it's pretty close to a rental car deal. But yeah, I don't think it says anything about insurance and we have no way of knowing who's going to fly in,
Mhm. And I understand that, so I know you can't name anybody and everybody, but. Did you want to speak to that at
I
all?
was just gonna say, well, and I'm sorry, Clyde, I was very sick last week and I wasn't able to talk to you. I'm just wondering what we did in the past. And so there's gotta be some sort of a record somewhere and I don't know who filled it out in the past.
Well, the way it was done in the past, the way I understand it, because I wasn't here, but it was done exactly the same way it's being done now. When people borrow the car, They fill out a form
Mhm.
telling us who they are, what their driver's license number is, and where they're from.
Do you have a log of all of those forms still?
I still have all those forms.
We might, I'll double check with the insurance, but even if we have a list of people that have done it in the past. At least it would be.
So that's really what you're looking for is.
Yeah,
process
the-
procedure and making
The
sure. it's
insurance is
something
just
legit.
wanting to know kind of how many people are doing it and who they are.
Good.
And then, of course, any kind of, anyone that's volunteering out at the airport that's moving them around on the property, I'm sure. Would be somebody that we'd need a list as well. But, what time is your meeting tomorrow?
10 o'clock.
And we have that workshop tomorrow, don't we? At 9. Okay. How long do they normally go until?
They normally last at least an hour. It depends on what the issues are that we're discussing.
I might not make it tomorrow, but I plan on coming to the rest of them this week or this year, so. Just to keep in the loop with what you guys are doing and what I'm doing with you guys and, so there's no miscommunications, so,
Okay,
okay.
I'll bring that up at the meeting tomorrow.
Yeah, that'd be great, and then, yeah, and then there's really no rush in the next couple weeks, she said that I should have this list, but. We'll figure it out,
Okay, so I'm sure that you would need a list that would include myself and the
yes,
5 airport
yes,
board members who are all volunteers,
yes.
because they're doing driving.
And maybe that's as comprehensive as they want. This is the first time that I've had to get this list. So I'll.
That plus what's been done in the past.
Yeah,
for records.
Right, exactly. And there's nothing in my office that record wise, as far as what the lists were sent before. So, yeah, if you just want to maybe mention this, see who did it in the past and who they put down, why reinvent the wheel if it's just the 5 of you, then I think that would be sufficient because our carrier is still the same. Okay, okay, that sounds good.
There are a lot of volunteers that occasionally want to drive a courtesy car too,
Oh, okay,
to go get something for the airport.
okay, sure. Okay, well, we'll figure it out.
Sure.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Mhm.
Thank you very much.
Well, now it's over this time.
I think we all decided we were done.
Yeah, thank you. If I take this to, just for example,
Okay, sure.
may not make it tomorrow, we got that meeting,
Well,
and then tell him that,
I hope he can-
if he wants to call me, he can.
I think that
Thank you.
Come on up, Brian.
You done it yet, Brian?
No, I don't need a donut. Thanks, though.
Oh, man.
All right, how's it going? So I do have a few things that aren't on my report that I'm gonna bring up as well, but we'll just start with the normal operations. Everything's going well. Still waiting to hear back from Jill. Freeze, bless you. I have printed out her contact information for this review. Cameron Blue, who is the engineer with WSP. He actually worked with Jill in the past. She worked for Boulder before she went to the state. So anyways, he sent her an email and called her, hasn't heard anything yet, so still one of those things. Not sure what the heck's going on, but we need to try to get a hold of somebody. We did finish digging trench I with that scraper. The total cost of the scraper came out to be about 35, I think, just because we had it longer. Because the contract or the lease agreement says either it's 160 hours or it's a month, 4 weeks. And between the rain, we were given a week because of the rain.
Yeah.
Of leeway, but due to
Only a week,
couple-
we had 3 weeks of.
well, I know. Well, Mona Operators was on vacation, and so I just couldn't get in the machine as much as I wanted
Yeah.
to. So it just, that's what it was.
Yeah, it is.
But we got it dug. And I also got that material moved
Got the material on
at the
range.
shooting range. So I'll ask Kevin, I guess, to reach out to Vince, Terry, I can't think of his last name. He's the trap shoot guy.
Jerry
Jerry,
Tracewell.
Jerry, yeah, sorry. Anyway, he asked me to blade it smooth, and I don't have a blade, so I'm hoping maybe Road and Bridge could spin down there. It won't take them, but
A minute.
yeah, a couple hours top.
Just down off the hill from the pit.
In the
It's shooting
in the pit.
Yeah, and I can show Vince or whoever. He called me yesterday, Jerry did,
Okay.
asking about it, and so I told him I'd bring it up. So. Let's see, what else do I got? I do have the financial assurance letter. I don't remember, Kelly might remember this. Do we have to put that on the agenda for the commissioners to approve? Usually it's just a signature from the chair, signature from Kevin. The only issue is I don't have the county commissioner's letterhead.
I've got some.
You got that? So I can just send it to you and you can put it on.
That
there.
goes directly to the insurance company. Is that what it-
No, it goes to the financial assurance director in, for the solid waste division.
Oh.
CDPHE, yeah. It's basically the numbers in the audit report that, I don't know if, Sam brought those up in that meeting you guys had, but he did mention the landfill and the closure, post-closure care costs. It's just those numbers.
Yeah, he did.
Yeah.
When do you have to have it?
Last year I sent it like October 25th, so it's ready now. So, I mean,
So let me look in the minutes back last
Okay.
year and see if
See
we
what-
did put it on an agenda for
Okay.
people. And then if we did, I'll put it on the
Yeah.
Wetmore one. And then if you can send it to me, I can put it on their letterhead.
okay, I'll send it to you today or tomorrow. Okay. Let's see what else. Budget hearings next week, right? Do we? No, I thought that was on the calendar.
They've been moved to the 17th
Oh, it's
and the
moved?
18th.
Okay. What does that look like? Is it gonna be listed out for departments or is it just something that we get with Lisa and she
I'm
presented?
I'm gonna be sending you your expense lines.
Okay.
Today, and then, just make your modifications,
Okay, perfect.
and then we'll just go from there, and then we'll kind of. Hammer out the rough draft, I guess.
She just
Well-
needs to know what you specifically need. Just don't just copy what, I mean, you're not stuck to that.
No, I know. I was just curious because on the calendar on the website, it said the 10th and the 11th.
So
So
that just changed.
the reason I brought it up is on the 10th, there is a demo for a compactor over in Pagosa Springs that I want to go to. It is one of the,
We won't make you be at that budget.
Yeah. it's a tan
Although you'd
landfill
be by
compactor.
yourself.
Yeah.
You might as well go.
So I just was curious so I'm gonna go over there next Tuesday.
I might get with Lisa and we'll make sure that an email goes out to everybody noting that change.
Yeah, that's right.
Dates, I think. Lisa, I might get with you here after the meeting and we can make sure everybody gets a copy of that so they know our dates are different. If that's all right.
That is all right.
Thank you.
So I am gonna go over there then, and then also I'm gonna follow up with Alex. He's with Power Motive, he's a BOMAG compactor, landfill compactor. Dealer, I guess. And he mentioned that Otero County has one that the same size as the one that I'm looking at. So I'm gonna go over there too at some point.
Sell,
No, just to
take a look at.
just take a look at it. I can run it, they'll let me run it. and all that, so.
It is same kind you got now, or it's.
No, different.
It's free labor if he goes and tests it out.
Yeah, right.
You're trying over here and then over here.
So the three landfill compactors I'm looking at, there's one Tana, BOMAG, and then the Trash Master, which we have the Trash Master, so I'm familiar with that, obviously. So anyway. I'm not sure when I'm gonna do that, but it'll be in the next couple of weeks. So. I don't know if I have anything else, actually. I think that's all I've got.
I'm gonna be in the Springs too tomorrow and the next day, and I'll try to get a hold of Jill, see if I can meet her.
Yep.
That way I'm on a break.
Yeah, we'll see. I don't know. I've tried
That's,
several times.
how long has that been now?
Oh, it's been over a year. Yeah. We'll get to you next week and it's been a year.
But they're
And I
not seem to
heard
be
from-
too concerned.
Well, that's why we had to dig that third trench.
Yeah.
So now we've got a year and a half, a year and 4 months probably of airspace before we're full.
Or full.
So
Just the little communication would be nice.
it'd be great. Yeah. And we've got two, Custer County landfill and WSP Golden have reached out to her and no one's heard anything.
Wonder why, did she get a new job?
Well, I did, when I talked to Cameron from WSP, he saw her at the Solana conference, which is the Solid Waste Association of North America. It was over in Grand Junction. And she's still with the division, so I don't know. She was on vacation, I guess, 2 weeks ago or, so I don't know. It just seems like it's getting ridiculous at this point. So the more pressure, the better. All we need is a simple. Yeah, we're gonna approve it. And we're just working out the details between the engineer and as far as we need to change this.
Do what,
change
here's
that.
what you can do, or here's
I mean. So, yeah. But yeah, that's all I got. That's all I can think of anyway.
thanks.
Oh, that Can-Am too, by the way, which we got that. Oh, did you get that check?
I've got the paper on my desk when we're done.
Okay.
And you want me to just mail it out for you?
Do you have the address? Is it on there?
It's on the.
That's fine. You can mail.
Or did you want to drop it off?
No, you can mail it to them.
Okay,
I'll call them today.
okay, perfect.
Oh, yeah, so that's gonna be good because we don't have any. Vehicle to buzz around the landfill besides mine. The whole field with the compactor. or
Cruising the
anything like that.
landfill.
So that's gonna work out real good. Yeah. Good. So that's all I got. Unless you guys have any questions?
No.
Thank you very much.
You borrow during that season.
Yeah, right, yeah.
Yeah. There's a lot of antelope out there.
Yeah, across the street, yeah. Thanks. Thank you very much.
Brian, thanks.
It's break time, fellas.
It is break time. We will take a short break.
You bring those donuts though?
One or two, mix and match.
There we go. All right. Okay, the time is now 10:39 a.m. and I will reconvene this meeting of the Custer County Board of Commissioners. Our next item on our agenda, we're going to skip recycling because that is just going to be a written report. So we will move them down after our in-person reports, if everyone is all right with that.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so that brings Laura to the table. Hello, man.
Hello,
Hello, Laura.
hello,
Good morning.
good morning. I have my reports here. You guys have these?
Yes, ma'am.
I was talking about how busy we are, and between August and September, our food benefits have increased by 30 cases. It has been absolutely ridiculous how busy we are. But anyhow, have you noticed that? Yes, we have definitely seen an increase in the number of people that are coming in our office needing services. So that's our,
Is it different this year than it was last year at this time?
yeah, we just seem to
More.
have more.
Really?
Yes.
Not the weather.
No, it's
More
just,
people are here.
there are more people here and there are more people needing services. That's bottom line. Yeah. And then Colorado Works is my next one out here, and I never have a whole lot of people on Colorado Works. So although I've had couple applications, got another application on that. I usually don't have too many of those, but we're seeing an increase in those. Our old age pension, it stays about the same. So that one is not a huge thing. And our aid to the needy disabled stays about the same because we don't have very many people apply for that because the grant is so low. And luckily, our child welfare, we still only have one child in placement, which is wonderful. But we do have him in a fairly high dollar placement because this child has it's a disruptive adoption, so there's some issues there. And so we had to place him in a facility type thing. LEAP. Right now, we don't have any LEAP because LEAP has not started. It is starting November 1st. Applications were mailed out to everybody that was on last year to start coming in Monday. We've already had probably 25 applications returned in 2 days. This is what we're looking at. It is crazy. So there's that one. Then our Medicaid transportation, that fluctuates. We had 14 last month. In our community service block grant, I only had one last month, which is good. That means we don't have anybody needing services right now, which we like, but I like that because during the winter time, we have more people coming in. So it's nice to save the money for people who are struggling in the wintertime. Energy outreach. This grant started October 1st again. I put in for money. We got $6,000 to help for payment. That is for anybody that's on propane or San Rita Custer Electric or San Isabel Electric. I got that. But if it's Black Hills, they have a separate pool of money for them.
Yeah.
And that's statewide, and it's $600,000. And last year they ran out of money. And we had people come in, and if they were Black Hills, we cannot use our other money for them. So then I had to use my community service block grant. That's one reason I'm hoping I can keep that up.
They ran out very quickly too, if I'm not mistaken.
They did. And so, yeah, because Black Hills and it's statewide, so 600,000 sounds like it's a lot, but it's really not when you're looking at it statewide. So we'll see. But I got 6,000 for everything else, propane and that type of stuff. I used all of that for $32 last year. So yeah, we do those grants. We didn't have those grants. I'm not sure what we would do. And then in September, we had more food boxes than we've had for given away in a long time. I usually do 24, and we actually gave 24 food boxes away this month. So we never know. I think it had something to do with the fact that I put in the paper that we had frozen strawberries, because this gal pulled up and said, somebody said you had frozen strawberries. Yeah, we do. So she took a box because she wanted strawberries and she's definitely eligible for it. So that was, but I thought that was funny. She just wanted her frozen strawberries.
Priority.
Priority, that's right. I've got, we're, like I said, we've been so busy and I'm in the process of training, one of the gals that's over there and to do the assistance payments too. Right now, she does child support and some other things. We are cross-training her. So she has been in training for 3 weeks, doing different programs, which is leaving us a little short-handed over there. There's been a couple of days we've only had 2 of us in the office because we've had people out and stuff. So yeah, it's been a little crazy, but she's also going to help with the LEAP program, which will be helpful. And she's going to help with the assistant payment grants because we're seeing so many for SNAP and food and SNAP and Medicaid. And that's one thing I can't show you. And I'm trying to find out is how many Medicaid applications that we process because they're not on here. And it's a lot. So we spend a lot of time on Medicaid applications too. And the Medicaid lock-in went off. And everybody now, because before with COVID, if they didn't return their paperwork when they're due, they have to redetermine once a year. And with the lock-in, if they didn't send their paperwork in, it didn't matter, it kept them on. Well, that lock-in went off, so now everybody has to return this paperwork. Well, they're not doing it. Then the Medicaid stops. Then they're calling, why is my Medicaid not open? So then we have to get the paperwork to them and get them going again. And yeah, it's been time consuming because they just don't think they need to do that. And, they just, even though they get the paperwork, they just don't bring it in, or they'll send in verification without the paperwork. That doesn't work. It's just, yeah, they can do it on peak, but then they don't send anything. And so we spend a lot of time with Medicaid. We spend a lot of time with Medicaid. So I'm trying to get numbers for that. I needed CHP numbers for Children's Health Club or whatever what's that called? Kids Council. Because they were doing a grant. And I was able to, HICPUF gave me healthcare policy and finance, that does our Medicaid, gave me a place to go find that. And I was able to get the numbers for her on that. So I'm going to see because we have a lot of Medicaid cases. And like I said, we had 30 new SNAP people, apply. But we also processed probably 60 to 70 redetermination because every 6 months, anybody on SNAP has to recertify. So we got all these new application ins. We're processing Medicaid applications and renewals and SNAP renewals. So yeah, we are going crazy over there. So I'm hoping once we get this other gal trained, she can help us and take some of that off of us because we're trying to make sure that we get everybody open and where they should be. So that's what we're doing.
So she's out of house training, not training.
No, she's out of house training. She does it at home. The first week she's also, her and Alexandria, the caseworker, did the training for Energy Outreach Colorado. In case I'm not there and somebody comes in, they can do that too. And that was funny because I was gone in the morning and they were doing the training. And I walked in the door and they're going, oh, good. And then they just started asking me all these questions. They, well, why are they saying that? Why are they saying that? And I don't understand. This woman's talking too fast, So I said, it's okay. We're going to get it. We're going to get it, But yeah, we're just trying to kind of spread this around. So just to get some help for the couple of us that do these assistant payments programs, since we're just getting so many applications in here. So that's where we are with that. Do you guys have any questions?
Any more leaks on your head in there?
No, but I would really like to get those nasty panels out of there and new ones up. I mean, especially that one.
Talked to Matthew about it. Yeah.
I did. And he said he took pictures of it and he said he was going to look, or he could paint them so that they didn't look as
You
bad.
can spray them and take them in.
Yeah, but I don't know why we just can't get new panels. They can't be that expensive.
Well, let's see. Do you have a grant for panels?
No, no.
We'll look into it.
I did have a grant to get the carpet in. Yes.
Yeah, you did do that.
We did do that.
I know earlier on, probably earlier this year or late last year. Dave was looking for some of those and they were very hard to find, but
Yeah.
that may have changed. by
Yeah.
now.
I don't know.
But if you got Matthew on, he'll know pretty soon.
Yeah,
I'll talk to Matthew about it.
yeah, because those things,
In today too, to go to that tower, I might mention it if that's all right.
That's fine.
yeah, because those things are,
Call him anyway in case I forget.
yeah. We haven't had any leaks, but we don't see it as much in the summertime when it rains. It's when the snow sits on there and then has nowhere to go. And it just starts coming in that like that. This is where we see it the most. But no, we haven't had that. Because we had all that rain and we didn't have any problem with it then. But,
Good. Yeah, it was leaking. It was pretty bad.
oh, yeah, well, yeah, all over the place.
Dripping on every.
It's
desk you
dripping
had.
on the computers and no, it's not a good situation there.
They got him stopped, but I think they need to paint him or do something.
Kevin acts like he's gonna ask a question.
Well, it was not just related to you though, but it was in regards to the roof and leaks. I was wondering if anybody knew if it was leaking up there. Going into your office, Vernon.
Yeah, it does leak down the wall. I've
It's
had a
still leaking.
conversation with Mark.
Okay. So that's still leaking,
Yeah,
since we're talking about it.
yeah, I knew it was leaking because Matt or somebody told me that it was, or maybe it was Dave was talking about it, that it was still leaking up there. And Matthew, that one day, he came and took one of the pallets that I had there and cut that up, got the saw, was cutting it up and using it to do something for the roofs, seeing if he could channel the water. I don't know if he got it done or not. I have no idea. Now I have a question. When Braden was here, he asked us if we can move the car out of the garage because they wanted to clean that stuff out. And we said, sure. But we still haven't got the cars back in the garage and there's stuff sitting outside. Do you know, when are we gonna be able to put the cars back in?
I
the
got a
garage?
few more things that need to go out there and then
Okay.
Brian Lockhart's gonna come and take the
Okay.
stuff there.
Okay.
The IT stuff that's in there, we're trying to find somebody who will take it
Yeah,
or who we can pay to take it.
yeah, okay. As long as we have room to put the cars back in.
Yeah. No, and so I'll be working on that.
Okay. Yeah, because we just thought, if
Trying
we
to
get
it done before.
before the snow flies.
Yeah,
Yeah.
we're trying to. do
When we get a
that.
call at midnight, we don't want to go out there and have to try to get the car, dusted off and stuff. We just want to be able to get in and go. So yeah, I just didn't know how long it was going to be. Okay. Perfect.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Anybody else got any more questions? Concerns? Okay.
I'm happy. Are you?
No, I'm not happy. What part of that did you get that I'm not happy? Okay. And don't ever do that to me again, Kelly.
Okay, I apologize.
Not really.
Thanks. Would you ever do that?
I guess that means on Friday I'll be working on my side. Thank you, Kelly. You're not.
Vernon, come on up, sir.
Anytime.
Bye.
Everyone.
Oh, I heard it.
Thank you for making some coffee.
Absolutely. Coffee is life. So I sent one out, but I changed it just slightly. Added a few things to it. You have mine for reference. It's been a little while.
Couple minutes.
Yeah. I mean, how often do you want me to sit here and say? We plugged
Everything's
in a
fine.
computer.
Yeah.
We replaced a router.
Only if it's mine.
Oh, okay. I do have your power supply.
Oh.
It's in my office. I'm sorry, I forgot to give it to
Oh,
them
no
this
worries.
morning. So it is, yeah, things are really interesting right now. As you see on this sheet, current projects, the Omnigo to Tyler Public Safety conversion. That is just so much fun. And it's taking up a huge amount of time. Just this week, I've put in between 12 and 14 hours alone on that, Monday and Tuesday. I worked for 6 hours on Friday and Sunday for that. So we'll just kind of go down the list. GIS CAD conversion. CAD stands for computer aided dispatch, and GIS is geographical information systems. So basically, what we had in the past, we used parcel data and a lot of information to populate. When we had dispatch here, we had a CenturyLink system that we would upload the data into. It was heavily reliant on parcel data and roads. We call them center lines. Moving forward, we did a conversion. We went from the CenturyLink system to what's called the CallWorks system under, about, was it 4 years ago, 4.5 years ago. Used the same deal, relied heavily on parcel data and center lines. Then we moved to Fremont, and they were able to use a lot of our data, and everything works fine because we were using the Omnigo computer aided dispatch system. Now we're moving to what is called Tyler, which is they're a big juggernaut of public safety information. They have finance programs. They're a big name in the industry, and we're moving to Tyler. But they don't rely on the parcel data information that we've used heavily in the past. They rely on a specific format of addressing and centerline data, very, very specific formats. So we're actually going through 2 conversions at the time. At this time, we're going through the Tyler GIS conversion, and notice down there just a little bit, I say the MSAG conversion. The MSAG is called the Master Street Address Guide, and it has been around since the mid 80s. And if you can just imagine a giant spreadsheet of every address and road system in America. If you can imagine this giant spreadsheet, and it's administered by these little drop-down menus where you say, okay, this road is named such and such, and I've given it a road. What's that?
And where is it?
That is maintained with Comtech. Intrado West and Comtech administer that and keep it distributed to all the entities that use it. It basically dictates and manages how 911 phone calls are routed. So you call 911 off your cell phone, or, well, cell phones are a little bit different, but let's say we call 911 off of this landline. There's specific information in that telephone call that matches up with the Master Street Address Guide, which then manifests magically in the dispatch center. Okay. Well, it's 1985 technology. It is, like I said, a giant spreadsheet that we go in and we adjust with little drop-down menus and little, it's really tedious and complicated. It's all going away. For between 3 and 4 years, it's going to be completely converted to what we're calling a geo MSAG. That's imaginative, isn't it? It's a GIS based Master Street Address Guide. And so as we are doing this Tyler conversion, we are also creating the geo MSAG that will be the standard from now on. So it's just eating up a huge amount of time. As you know, there were some email threads. Fremont 911 is helping to pay for some of this. It is I'm putting in about 80 to 90% of my time just on this alone because it's just massive. It's the biggest conversion I've ever been involved in, and I've been involved in some doozies. So
you're taking the streets here somehow.
Yeah. So if you can imagine, let's look at, if you can imagine Hermit. And it comes off of 90 or 69 here, and it goes up into the mountains, and it goes that way into Westcliff. Whereas before you could say Hermit Road, and I have all these addresses on Hermit Road. I've got
all over the U.S.
What's that?
All from the U.S.
Right. It's here in U.S. in Custer County, Colorado, and it actually the numbers they send and go in 2 different directions like this. But the MSAG really didn't care as long as you had the high end and as long as you had these ranges that were built into it, and all the addresses lined up correctly. The MSAG didn't care. The new MSAG, it cares a whole lot. It wants to know. It doesn't care. That road's 5 miles long. We have broken up Hermit Lane into about 15 different segments, and we then have to number Well, this segment has address ranges from 1100 to 1800. And this range has, or this section has address ranges from 1200, or excuse me, from 1900 to 2500. And they're broken up by distances, they're broken up by intersections. So we have approximately 700 roads in Custer County. We have broken those out to over 5,000 segments, creating all these, you know, these little intricacies of, and in this distance, before this turn, there's X number of addresses, and there's X number of addresses on the north side and X number of addresses on the south side. And it gets really mind-numbingly complicated. On top of that, then the address database, like I said, they're not caring about the parcels so much, because parcels, as Dorothy said, the parcels are changing like this. Boom, 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 boom. They grow, they get chopped in half. The parcels have become a, you know, it's not even something that we even worry about anymore, except for maybe owner names, stuff like that. What we care about is addresses, the absolute address points that are going to dictate where first responders go when they get a 911 call. So that is what we're finding. And like I said, it has to be in a very, very specific format. So my addresses had 20 columns of data. Well, they needed 30 columns of data, and something's changed. So going through, changing. I mean, this week, like I said, I've 15 hours already. I think I've modified about 900 address points. And it's going to get, one of the things that we're finding here, I've been working with the assessor and the cartographer. We are going to be coming to you guys and asking for road name changes. It's going to be a fun little process, because we have, let's say we've got this road. Let's pretend it's Hermit. We've got Hermit, and over the years, someone has cut a driveway up here to their property, and then they've subdivided, and all these addresses are all on Hermit Lane, but they might be 2 miles off Hermit Lane. And then somebody has cut a driveway down here. They've joined up with Macy Lane or whatever. And this has become a private driveway, but their address is created off of that. Well, that just completely messes with the database. It just throws it haywire. So we're going to come in here and, you know, with the assessor, and we're going to say, well, this is the road, but we need to call this, and it's not Hermit, but I don't want anyone to get upset. It's Hermit North and Hermit South. And somewhere else, we're going to say we need to call this one Hermit East and Hermit West, because if we don't, the address, they won't get the 911 services that they need. Mm-hmm. So it'll be a process. There'll be a few specific number changes, but not a lot. That's a simple issue with the assessor. He calls up, hey, you had 1500, we need to call you 1510 or something like that. And we'll go through, there's a process to do that.
Up against the deadline is killing it.
So the first deadline was October 9th, and it was an absolute hard drop dead date for certain pieces of data. And we have met that criteria. The next official deadline is May of next year. The soft target is December 31st. So basically, as of 2 weeks ago, I'll go ahead and pass that around. I'd only have one copy. I apologize. As of 2 weeks ago, all of the yellow and the red were error codes that this new system would not accept. Well, I'm sorry, that's about 3 weeks ago. I apologize. Over the last 3 weeks, I have modified several thousand address points. My counterpart in Fremont has helped to modify about several thousand road center lines. And as of last Thursday, that's the new error. And as of yesterday evening, 90% of those are done. So I'm working my way steadily through this. It's just mind-numbingly tedious.
So red means bad.
Yeah, red means bad. Yellow means okay, we'll accept it. But
Which one's AT&T and which one's Verizon?
Oh.
Get all red.
They're all red.
Right? So as you can
That last
see,
whistle looked better.
as you can see, we are for the May drop dead date, the soft target of December 31st, we are on our way. It's very
Better.
moving forward. So
Okay.
now I want to stress there's nothing wrong with these addresses. 911 services were as currently designed, they are getting there. But for the new system, the new requirements and the new Geo MSAG, they just weren't getting, so we're getting there. So that's point number one. That was interesting, isn't
Not
it?
much happening.
Yeah, not much.
How's the relationship with your counterpart in Fremont going?
Going really well. Keith and I we communicate at least 2 or 3 times a week, comparing notes about what so this MSAG conversion is very ambiguous. We know it's happening, but we don't know the requirements. So we are taking everything to the next level so that we can meet anything that they throw at us.
So you're kind of doing that while you're doing that. You're
Absolutely.
CAD. Okay.
Absolutely. That's it. It's 2 conversions. We have to do the Tyler right now. We need to do the MSAG. And because we're doing this work, we can do them both at the same time. So it's all integrated.
Okay.
Yeah.
I guess I would follow that up just a little bit while we're on that, because there were issues with dispatch.
Uh-huh.
Have they figured out where to click on that screen to find that information?
So
Or should I ask that question?
the history of that was when we went to Fremont Dispatch, which is now Colorado Regional Communication Authority. For the longest time, they said they didn't have our imagery, and they'd pull up our maps and they say, oh, I can't tell you if there's a house there because I don't have imagery and whatnot. It was literally the sheriff comes, talks to me, all 3 commissioners come talk to me, and I said, here's the data, here's what I'm giving them. And literally it was a matter of the GIS guy going over to dispatch and saying, display imagery. So I did have a conversation with the Fremont dispatch director, and they have limitations on their current software. Omnigo being their CAD software does not actually talk to their map. Their map doesn't actively talk back to the CAD software. There's a lot of issues there. So while if they're looking at this map, they see all of the data that I give them. They see County Road 271 and Bear Basin Ranch Road. They see that data there. But if there's an incident going on and they're only looking at their CAD, they're only seeing County Road 271. They don't see Bear Basin Ranch Road because it's another set of data that isn't communicated. Now, with the Tyler conversion, I'm not saying that this is bad or dangerous. It's just an inconvenience at this point. With the Tyler conversion, all of that will go away. Everything will be integrated. So I have had that conversation with them, and we are working on ways. It's partly a training issue, partly a technology issue. So their dispatchers needs to know that they have to look over there at that map, that not everything is displayed in their face on the CAD. So it's partly training.
Thank
That
you.
might be
Thank
time
you.
where you.
Yeah, thank you very
Was
much.
that where you going with that?
Yeah, I just, as long as you and your counterpart who are doing all the work,
Mhm.
the rest of us
Gotta
who
connect, or
are
it
just
doesn't work.
overseeing it, or just we need to get our problems straightened out and let you guys do your job so we can get it done
Well, I
and
appreciate
bring
that.
us into the future.
We're getting there. I've got the support of the 911 authority boards, both Custer County and Fremont. And so we're working diligently on this. Remember that Fremont has 4 people working on this same project.
Right,
So,
exactly.
yes. And they have, and everything else you see on this list here, records management, VPN integration, they have people for that too. So that's, here it is so records management is
Till it's
basically.
budget time.
Right.
Yeah, they're not gonna
Time
help
to
us out,
whine.
are they?
No.
Well, that's a conversation that I really think that we need to have.
But I think it's outside the scope of this report.
That's fine. Okay, we're gonna have to move on to.
Okay.
Short here.
Moving right down, I mentioned antivirus installation. We have been using Kaspersky, which I feel is not the best option. It's one of the least expensive but higher end antivirus softwares. It is Russian owned and their customer support is abysmal. So we're moving away from Kaspersky to Coro.
Good, that's China owned.
No, Coro's
China's
American.
much easier to get along.
Yeah. OEM is in the process of getting a grant for what's called CrowdStrike, which is it's actually not actually as good as Coro, but it does have state support. So that's a good thing. You'll notice I'm doing some fire mapping. In the process of doing all this other GIS stuff, I'm working with Fire and OEM to do some upgrades. Basically, the last thing I wanted to mention is that Jordan and I are in the process of doing an internal audit and inventory. And we're looking at, as we talked about, an inventory system that allows us to track things in a computer database that we know exactly where every computer, radio, and telephone that we issue is going to be and who it's issued to, what office it's issued to. And one of the systems that we already have a system that exists, we pay for, called the Salamander program. And I would like, I present this idea, I would like permission to pursue this with emergency management, that I have a Salamander login so that I can assign inventory to offices and individuals and be able to track that inventory over the person's stay, the life of the equipment, stuff like that.
Who do you have to get permission from?
Well, I want to approach emergency management, but I want to.
Right behind you.
Okay, perfect. But I wanted to make certain it was okay with you.
It's up to you.
It's a new system. It's new. It's new. It's something we've never done before. And I just wanted to, get your take on it, make certain I have your blessing. So
I think we definitely need to control our inventory. We need to know what we have for inventory. We need to know the age of our inventory. Or there is really no clue as to what inventory we have.
right. Right now it's here. And on spreadsheets and such that I keep track of, but proverbial inevitable bus or some type of massive disaster, we need to have something that is remote and has other people have access to.
Well, and God forbid anything happened to you that has that information in your head. For passing that information from department to department or through a legacy of the next 5 IT guys, 100 years, whatever it is, we need to be able to get the process moving.
Absolutely.
So
And right now, I think speaking just to the radios, and we have lists of departments that have specific radios assigned to them, but you're wanting to go to the individual level and say this radio is in Kevin's possession. This radio is in Lucas.
And there's a lot of tech
and
like that.
So, and that can be integrated in the Salamander system, I think. A little unrelated, but along the same lines, there has been this, well, not discussion, but talk about possibly with a lock upgrade and the buildings that would also be able to be something that was integrated as the Salamander ID card that we carry, being the keys to doorways. Is that something on this as well? Or
I did talk to, it's not on that, but it is part of the security upgrades. I did talk to the people that do the door lock, that type of thing. What they need is they need a template of one of our ID cards. And we can use our regular ID cards as, to gain entry into the buildings. They can program our system to recognize our QR codes and such on our ID cards. Yeah. There's also RFID tagging if we wanted to go that way, but the functionality is definitely there.
awesome. Yeah. And then, that we'd have to make sure everybody had IDs done that way, but
Well, everybody's supposed to have IDs.
I don't know if all the road and bridge guys do.
It's in our policies at the county, that everybody's supposed to have ID cards.
Okay. I think somebody said they didn't tell you.
So at a point, I think it's bigger picture than what you're suggesting, and you're touching on. It's more than just the emergency piece. Lisa just brought up a point earlier about the equipment that she has, and all the departments have IT type equipment issue. Whether it's a printer or a copy machine or a radio or whatever. And I think IT, there needs to be a central point where maybe it's an IT job to understand and log all that kind of stuff. I would think, and maybe that's what you work for in the future, because you're doing it a step at a time, one piece at a time. And another example is Dorothy brought up iWork and JD's requested, and I know you're working on that. But it's equipment and it's getting functionality to mesh up and things to occur. So maybe it's a strategic plan thing that you need to put into your program here, where you're thinking beyond just the emergency needs right now, because you get bogged down in that, and then maybe the budget requires more than one guy and doing it, and maybe it's two or whatever for the future, then you can handle working with these other organizations to integrate.
Understood. Yeah,
because it's different. It's hard to have each department saying, well, I got a Xerox machine and we don't even know if it's leased or if it's rented or owned. See,
yeah, we can absolutely have that discussion. I've got a lot of records on that subject. The leases themselves, I have all the leases for the Xerox. I shouldn't have all the leases for the Xerox. She should have all the leases for the Xeroxes, right? Because you guys have to sign those. I cannot literally sign them.
but somebody has
So,
to be the.
But there are
traffic
other offices and departments who have signed them. You guys are supposed to be the ones that sign those, and she's supposed to have them, and that's part of that list that I gave you.
Yeah.
But if he's,
so
sorry to interrupt, if he's managing every piece, every device, I mean, it'd be easy for him to say, this is leased, or this is bought, or, right, or
absolutely
a check
100%.
mark that these are leased, and this is leased equipment, and then we can look at his list and we can go, all right, Kelly, does this match up with, you have the lease agreements for all these, or?
We're growing and you're in the middle of putting this blocks together to build it.
Absolutely, 100%. And I think that's probably a good something to integrate into this inventory that we're doing.
That's what made me think that.
Gotcha.
Well, and what I think, hopefully what that'll help him is if all of a sudden somebody's, hey, we don't need this piece of equipment, boom, it's all of a sudden now listed as available equipment for, this department may need it and we're not.
Right.
Because it's easy to overbuy. I mean, even small job sites overbuy. Oh, I need an air compressor. Well, there's 3 of them sitting in the Connex that haven't been used for the last 3 months because nobody knew about them or forgot about them. So,
well, I try to be very on top of that. I apologize.
No, I
apologize.
Yeah,
I try to be very on top of it. It's like all the stuff in there in the garage. I've probably saved the county $10,000. All of that represents conversions from the share, conversions from the finance system, pulling stuff out of the basement that we've stored there. That then we say, okay, we need this. I need that printer. I mean, he released a printer from the VSO. It's can go to somebody else, and that's always in the back of my head. Who needs a printer for their office or whatnot? I can go ahead or not just printers, but like I said, I've scavenged probably about $10,000 worth of stuff that was put in there. So I understand what you're saying, absolutely. But if we have it in a spreadsheet, if we have a codified system inside the Salamander system, I think that would benefit us. So
or some system.
I agree.
Or some system, yeah. It's not the only one. And back to the iWorks issue. That's part of a bigger discussion we need to have, because they want data in a very specific format. It is not as simple as saying,
Hook the two
Give us
machines
a
together.
rest service, which is complicated anyway.
And
It
that's
is,
iWorks, the program.
iWorks, the program, yeah, they want, you know, I've got, like I said, I've got parcel data and I've got 30 columns of data. They want very specifically 20 columns of data, but it all has to be reformatted.
Mm.
As of right now, with this conversion, that is an essential thing, and nice to have. This is public safety. So
Yeah, you gotta take this
yeah.
stuff.
So we need to have a bigger conversation about the future of GIS. But I'll drop all my notes on that because that's an ongoing and evolving thing.
Okay.
No, appreciate that. Thank you.
All right. Sorry if I'm too demonstrative.
No,
It's been a little while.
it's,
Sounds like your foot stopped hurting and you're going.
It's getting better. It's definitely getting better.
Getting more active.
Neurology appointment next week, so. Be well, everyone.
Yeah,
thank you,
thanks.
sir.
Take care. Thank you.
Dominic. Thank you for being patient, sir.
All good. Happy to be here. Morning again.
Good morning.
Yeah, you warmed up.
Yeah, I had my temperature turned down in the office, so I hadn't turned it up yet, so it was chilly in there. All right. All right, so last month, I was in the office for 11 out of the 15 days. One of the 15 days, I actually went down to Pueblo to meet the folks at the vet center. Went over to the VA Medical Center in Colorado Springs to meet the folks over there, and I'll talk about that here in a little bit. And then the other 3 days, we had our state training, state fall training, which was over 4 days. So I have to get my 16 CEU hours to stay accredited, so I did that from home. So I had my personal laptop open so they could see me online and then I could work on my other computer. But I got my 16 CEU hours. As far as scheduled appointments, I had 53 scheduled appointments in those 11 days. One of those was a home visit. I did have 5 no-shows. I had 26 walk-ins last month. New power of attorneys that I submitted, I put in 15 new power of attorneys, so a total of 52 so far for the 2 months I've been here. Filed 23 new or increased claims, bringing that to a total of 42. Biggest thing is like I said, connecting with those veterans that have never applied for VA benefits or compensation. So 22 of those 42 are first-time claims. There's 22 veterans that have never filed a claim. Some of those are Vietnam veterans as well. So actually, majority of those are Vietnam veterans. Supplemental claims, again, those are claims that have been denied in the past where I found new and relevant evidence or mistakes on the VA's part. So I did 3 of those, bringing that to a total of 10 for the 2 months, and then 30 new intent to files. Again, that's just me notifying the VA sometime in the next 12 months, this veteran is going to file a claim. Just good business. I do that after I file a claim for somebody, because if they come back and 4 months and say, hey, we talked about this, and I went and got a diagnosis, and now I want to file a claim, that's 4 months of additional back pay that I get if I could chase that down for. So I just good business. I file a claim for somebody. The very next day I'm filing a new intent to file.
Based on when that form is filed.
Yes, so it'll backdate, and they've got 12 months to file a claim, and then it'll backdate. So and it works because if I go back to when I was with the state, last Wednesday, I just got notified that a veteran I was working with, I was doing outreach and he popped in, and I just got to chatting with him because he had a cochlear implant, and I used to do those in the service. And turned out he was a Navy vet from Vietnam and didn't realize that he could have claimed Agent Orange stuff and had lung cancer and all this other stuff. I did an intent to file with him that day, told him to go get all of his records from National Juris. Got back with him a few months later, sat down, submitted his claims. Well, last Wednesday, I got a text message from the VSO in that county, said, hey, this veteran just got $30,000 in back pay, and he's now service connected at 100%, and he's going to be getting $4 grand a month. And that was his very first claim. So those intent to files come in handy. As far as debt waivers, I had no new debt waivers. Those 2 are still out there pending. But again, that's over $130,000 just for those 2 individuals. So I'm trying to get that debt waived. I did have 2 burial reimbursements that I submitted. So we'll see what comes of those. Again, nothing as far as increase in compensation at this point because none of the claims are back.
one of the veterans I was working with actually did have her friend reach out to me who was in Pueblo. She had done a survivor benefits claim because her husband had passed away. And it's been months and she's heard nothing. And I looked and there's not been no movement since June 5th. So I said, I told her, I said, I see this all the time. I said, I'm going to send an email to the regional office in Denver and light a fire. I said, they probably won't respond, but you'll probably have the results in 2 days. And sure enough, 2 days later, she goes, yep, I just got a deposit of blah, blah, blah. And, you know, it's all done. So, you know, it's just understanding how this whole process works and lighting the fire. I've been fighting with the VA all morning over email. So on a few other issues. Outreach, the Custer County Veterans Services Facebook page is up and running. So I'm getting more and more people following that page, and I'm sharing information on there so I can get just the widest dissemination of information. On the 5th, I went to the American Legion post meeting and just gave them updates. Christy was there with me, so we were able to provide updates with them. Was at the meeting last night. They've actually asked that I become a part of their agenda, so that way I can come in there monthly and give them updates, which I'm happy to do. And obviously I'll be going to the VFW meeting this month as well, and if they want to do the same thing, I'll be glad to do that. Going back to the 11th, when I was out at the Pueblo Vet Center, I had a great relationship with the vet center in Grand Junction, and I was 3 blocks away from the VA Medical Center over there, so I had great relationships with all those folks over there. So I wanted to continue that down here. So I actually went down to the vet center. I went to the VA Medical Center. I met with the patient advocates there, registration, the community care coordinator, because I have had veterans come and say, hey, we're not getting answers to this stuff, blah, blah, blah. Well, if I'm advocating for the veterans in this county, I want to be able to put a face to an office, have direct lines of communication. Every single office was ecstatic that I came in. And
where was that again?
Pueblo, the Pueblo Vet Center, and
Vet
then
Center,
the VA Medical Center in Colorado Springs. They were ecstatic that I was there because they've never had a county VSO come and introduce themselves. My argument was, if I'm sending my folks here to you, I want to know who you are, and I want to be able to get good results. It's already paying off. I had one of the counselors at the vet center reach out to me. Hey, what are you trying to accomplish with this veteran? I said, well, this is what I heard. This is what I identified. This is what I think I can chase. He said, great, we're on the same page. So, you know, the fact that he reached out to me was just asking what my train of thought was, you know, speaks volumes. So I'm happy to continue sending veterans there. The 15th, we were out there with the American Legion, raising the POW and IA flag on the 15th. It was downpouring and they were setting up for the Blues and Brews. So I stayed and helped out with that, and I was drenched. I had 3 layers of clothes on. And I don't have any jackets here. My wife won't let me buy any new jackets. So yeah, I got absolutely drenched, but it was a good time.
It is budget season.
Yeah. So I was happy to stick around and help out. I have a thing about jackets, so I have a lot, and they're all in storage. So we've got to go get that stuff. The following 2 days, the 16th and 17th, Christy and I actually had a table set up, doing outreach out there at the Blues and Brews. I've already had 2 veterans come in from that event and start their claims with me. The 16th, we went and met with the VFW, so we broke away for an hour, went and sat with the VFW post for their meeting, and we did a meet and greet with those folks. The 27th, I was over at the Custer County Health Center, doing a meet and greet over there, and then talking to them about records and nexus statements. I sent a veteran over there. I said, hey, I need a nexus statement from your provider. We went over there. He came right back. He said, they have no clue what that is. I'm like, sweet. So I walked right back over there, and I was like, all right, can I have some time to meet with your providers and your staff and educate you on what I need as a VSO? I said, we have a lot of veterans in this community that come here and get their care. I need records. I need nexus statements. They were happy to facilitate. So I went to that staff meeting on the 27th.
You're talking about the medical center here.
Yeah, one right here. So I went and
Health through me.
Oh, sorry. Is that what it's called? So the medical center? Oh, I thought it was health center. Medical center.
That works.
That's not correct. So I went in, had a chat with those folks, educated them on what a nexus statement is. They had a lot of good questions. They were happy that I was there and could be a conduit for them as well, dealing with community care. So that was good and beneficial. The 29th through the 1st, Christy and I were supporting the Equist Arts and Film Festival and the Mustang Summit. So they had their panel and they were talking about veterans and equine therapy for veterans. So we were up there and, you know, supporting what they did. And we ended up, my wife and I ended up leaving, adopting a Mustang. So now we have a Mustang. So she's being boarded at Christie's Ranch right now, until we get our corral built.
Can't go find your jacket in storage, but you got a Mustang.
Yeah, I know. So well, we're going up to Junction to go get our stuff out of storage this weekend. We keep putting it off for all these different events, so we're going this weekend.
Sorry.
So-
I couldn't help it.
No, it's
You know
all
how you
good.
get a small fortune, you start with a big one and file.
Yeah, I know. And then my wife texted me today, like the very next day, she's like, I want to quit my job and just go play with a horse. I'm like, that's not happening. So that was a good event. And actually a lot of good came out of that. And that's why Christy's not here today. I'm not saying why Christy's not here today. I was always skeptical of that type of stuff, the equine therapy and blah, 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 but I'm a numbers guy. I think you already know that. But then numbers that they were spouting off during this thing was impressive. 86% reduction in suicidal ideation, 100% reduction in isolation for these veterans. You can't argue with those numbers. I was so impressed. And you know, you talk about people drinking Kool-Aid. I think I was like just chugging it.
Works with a dog.
I've already reached out to the National Association for County Veteran Service Officers because they have their annual conference, and actually this coming up year is going to be in Denver. I already reached out to the president. Hey, this will be a great fit. Like bring these folks in to talk about this stuff. You know, bring them in as vendors also. So I've already got them connected, and I'm doing a warm handoff and connecting them with all the directors and CEOs for all those different organizations and bringing them to that organization. Christy's not here because Christy connected with Who's, which is equine therapy in Ohio. It's probably one of the best known ones in the country. And Christy was talking to the lady and she said, I'd love to attend your program, but you booked out till the end of the year. She said, we have a cancellation for this week starting Wednesday. So Sal Katz approved for her to go, and it's completely paid for. They pay for her to fly up there, you know, the stay, everything, and then flying her back. So she's out until Monday, so she'll be back in town on Monday.
That is a very well-known national.
Yes, it is.
It's the biggest.
Yes, it is.
Yeah, I'm glad she.
So she's going up there to do that. Operation Equine out of Longmont. They're actually going to be coming in next month and doing a demo. So I'm going to be pushing that out, and you know, hopefully get some veterans out there to go see how that program is run. The veterans coffee, we're making it every week. We're averaging about 7 veterans per week to come to that. This morning I had 6 there.
Where's there?
At the library. So we're hosting at the library. The veterans coffee is critical because, again, we're talking about that isolation. You know, I want veterans who are feeling isolated to have a place to go and just hang out with like-minded veterans and tell lies about the fish they caught last weekend. I don't use the word hate often, but I hate veteran suicides, and we had one in the last couple of weeks here. And it's because that veteran was isolating himself in his apartment. You know, I almost feel partly responsible for not pushing out, you know, and getting those folks in. But you know, all I can do is keep advertising it and keep spreading the word and having other veterans spread the word and getting these folks in. So that's a critical piece of that coffee social. It's not just to hang out; it's to get these folks in that are isolated and are struggling with mental health. As far as upcoming stuff goes, we've kind of got the veteran-owned business directory finalized. We just need to put the polishing, finishing touches on it, and then I'm going to put it up on the CVSO webpage, and then I'll post it on our Facebook page that we've got going. The advisory council, I want to get that pushed out. Those applications, I want to get pushed out, but I didn't know if you all wanted to be part of that interview process, or at least one of you, before I push it out.
What do you want to do? Why'd you bring it up?
I didn't know if y'all wanted to be part of that process or not.
It's a good thing, and if you think it helps,
Well, I was gonna say, if one of you wanted to at least be on there,
sure.
good, then I'll push the applications out with a deadline for return by the end of this month, and then we can start setting up interviews for that. But again, 9 and 10 people is what I want on that panel. And then figuring out what the needs are for
Take
them.
turns or whatever.
Yeah, that works too. Just figuring out what the needs are of the veterans and the families and widowers in the community, and then start reaching out and touching people and getting what we need. On the 21st, Christy and I will be going over to Mount Carmel to pick up some grocery boxes. The Center of American Values is giving or gifting $200 grocery boxes for veterans that not necessarily need. They just said if a veteran wants one, sign up. So we've got a sign up list. If they just come in and sign up for it, we're going to run down there, grab all these boxes, bring them back, and then we'll give the veteran a shot and they can come pick it up. Once that gets done, once we get past that, Mount Carmel is also donating turkeys to veterans that want a turkey. So we'll have a sign up sheet for that. That one will be come get your turkey because we have nowhere to put frozen turkeys. So that one we'll worry about once we get done with this grocery box. Yeah. I'm also working with Robin from OEM on this workforce development grant for fire mitigation. So we can include veterans in on that. I'm actually meeting with her at 3:30 and we kind of figure out how we can tie into that. Because as an independent conservation corps, when I'm looking at the map, Custer County is not included in that map. So I think she's found a workaround. So we're going to meet at 3:30. I have a lot of, I don't like paperwork. I have a lot of boxes over there with files and whatnot for that the VSOs maintained in the past. And I was wondering if we could bring somebody on hourly, like during, and I'm thinking like a student veteran or a dependent of a veteran that's going to college that's on winter break or on summer break, that we could bring on an hourly rate that can scan that stuff in. So every file just gets saved to a file name. And then that way I have it all electronically and then I can shred it.
Talk to the sheriff.
Okay.
Maybe he has some people that can do that.
Okay. All right, yeah, we'll do that. That's all I had.
But I agree, it needs to be scanned in.
Right.
The rest of the sheriff.
Yeah, if that falls through, holler and. Then we can.
We can make something happen.
We can, yeah.
Yeah, everything I do, I print it out, get wet signatures, I scan it in, it's in our database electronically, and I give the hard copies to the veteran for their records. If they want to stick it in a circular file, that's on them, but I don't want it.
It doesn't take long to build up.
No, it does not. But any questions?
Yeah, I got a quick one here.
Okay.
You brought up suicides and a lot of other things. You have not yet, and not to your fault at all, because you've been extra busy. You haven't touched base with Dr. Brown yet, and he's been trying to dog you, and he can't get you to answer back. And I know why, because you're not near a phone.
Well, I have a phone, but the problem is when IT gave me my phone, they gave me the wrong phone number.
Yeah, they've been getting different.
And then I set up the code.
Yeah.
With the old phone number, and I couldn't figure out why I couldn't get my voicemail.
So
I have
bottom line
this
is, I
message.
told him I would talk to him last night. He said, I really need to talk to him because he has some issues suicidal wise and other things. And he touches a lot of veterans that not other people see at all, sometimes because of problems they're having medically.
Right.
That he'll be the first line that they'll talk to sometimes. So you need to touch base.
Yeah, I will. I'll do that today. I am working also with the coroner on that veteran that did complete suicide because they're having problems finding next of kin. And I don't think there is one.
That's right.
So I'm
Yeah,
working.
that was in the, I heard of that.
Right, and I'm working with my contact at the VBA, trying to figure out if there is somebody listed, but we're not having any luck at all. So. And he was not service connected, so the VA is not going to cover costs for cremation. So, yeah, that poses another problem and another challenge. So,
Too bad.
So I'm trying to figure that piece out. But yes, I will touch base with them today.
Okay. Thank you. Good job.
I would say before we turn you loose, he's gonna have that form for me to sign.
I was gonna ask about the
We
form.
should approve, I think we should approve his report and authorize me to sign that.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, and I'll send it to you this afternoon.
So,
Yeah,
It's gonna
thanks
take forever.
for- thanks for
I would
bringing
make
it.
a motion to that effect.
I'll second it.
All right,
Okay, so we have a motion on the floor to approve the VSO report and authorize me to sign that report to send off to the state. Those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Rich
Okay,
said yes. So
Okay.
I've already asked him.
All right, all right.
So.
Cool.
Awesome.
Was that?
Thank you for your time. Appreciate it.
Anything, Gary?
Well, thanks for waiting. on
Thank
us.
you, sir.
So it's touch base with them.
Yes, sir.
All right, okay.
Thank you.
Easy enough.
You're supposed to sit down and then stand up. Well, you
I
get your
did.
exercise.
You guys, getting tired of meetings?
Yes.
I haven't been here for a while, so unfortunately my.
You've been all, yeah, all over the country.
And gallivanting around doing good stuff. I will follow up on Dominic's report here. This is the wildfire mitigation workforce grant. There's 4 components to the grant. The grant itself is for training. So it's workforce training. It's basically blue collar jobs. And one of the residents contacted Lucas, I think, originally, and said, hey, we need to get this going for our county. So I spent days trying to get a hold of people, trying to figure out what this grant was, but I finally connected with a person at a state person at DNR. So they are the lead for the workforce grant. It essentially is up to $100,000 cash grant with a 25% match. And till we actually sit down and hammer out the budget and the details, if we were to do this grant, the idea is that there'd be jobs that we'd almost have a veteran corps, and they would do fire mitigation. So playing into what Vernon's helping me do with the CWPP plan with the high risk areas, the plan will designate high risk and medium risk. And then we can also identify people who cannot do their own mitigation. So these are veterans. Our population is older. So we're accomplishing a couple of things, getting jobs, getting the mitigation done. And then in addition, there might be firewood for these veterans. And I'm sure you've heard that over the last few years that that could actually accomplish another thing. So I think it's a win-win. It's probably a 2-year project. And it wouldn't have to be limited to veterans.
When's the deadline?
October.
They moved it from 29 September.
Yeah, well,
So there's
there's 4
different-
grants in there, so I just printed the 1 page.
Oh,
But
okay. All right. I get
I
it.
got paranoid myself about
The
the
workforce
dates, but
training part of it is October 27th or some.
29 or something.
Yeah.
All right. And it's 25% match.
It's 25% match. Now, what I'd like to request is the $25,000 for the match. But once we put the budget together, we could
Put it in your
easily
budget.
have the soft match. We could have some volunteer labor.
So, and the part of the grant that we're talking about is for workforce training,
Yep.
not for the actual mitigation work. Is that
Right.
correct?
Right, so the long range plan would be then to utilize that core to do work on properties, hopefully in a way that's homeowner based, that's HOA based, neighborhood based. So we're not doing one here and one here because you don't get economy of scale when you do that. You really have to go towards that whole neighborhood, get as many in the neighborhood as possible, or those high risk areas.
So slow down. $100,000 is what you're looking for.
$100,000 is
To
a grant.
train people to go train workforce.
And then our match is 25,000.
I got that.
Yeah.
And they, and it has to, and we don't pay that though until we use it. Is that how it works?
I don't know. I think it's a reimbursement.
$25,000, right? We'd have to go find it.
Okay.
If it's not due on the 25th,
No.
it'd be in next fiscal year.
It should be in next fiscal year, and then wouldn't this
And then
also
maybe
be,
would plan part of that as your next year's budget to, for grant,
Sure.
which I think you had a grant bucket in there that says we're gonna apply for different kinds of grants.
Mhm.
Right?
Yep.
That'd be a good way to handle it.
I also know that you have thought about these LATCF as those match.
Right, well, let's see what,
Yeah.
we have those discussions when we get
Sure.
into the budget. That's a good thing. That's good.
Can you give me an update on the budget? When,
Did you get the date that they changed it?
no,
17th and 8th.
okay, good.
And that email will be coming out this afternoon.
Today with a spreadsheet with your budget on
Oh,
it. Yeah, so you can just fill in the new numbers.
oh, perfect. When's it due?
Next week.
Okay, perfect.
So you'll have plenty of time to think about it, get it integrated, and then see what we can do and what other buckets we might have to go to if it exceeds what is in your bucket right now. Doesn't mean we can't do it, and that's why we have the discussion and move things around.
Sure.
And these trainings that you've got here, the 130, 190, 180, 212, those are the trainings that.
Those are some of the trainings. Those are suggested based trainings. I'm sure you're aware of and have taken some of those being in the fire service. Those are potentially taken online, some of them. And then there would be additional training like chainsaw training, how to run a chipper, some like boots on the ground training as well.
Yeah, and some of those are online, some of them are free, some of them cost. I guess where I'm going is, I'm asking where the training monies are going. Are they to bring in instructors for the ones that aren't online? Are they to pay for the online training that cost? How many people are we gonna have? So that's my question there. Is, and will that be $100,000 worth?
So we could utilize a number of different ways to get that training done. My impression is that people don't necessarily like to leave the valley to go other places unless they have to for medical appointments or, things like that. But there is a fire camp over in Chaffee County where we could accomplish all of this. So we haven't really put the model together yet of whether that would be like a week-long training at this fire camp. Some of the instructors that teach there could teach here, but we, would want to have some training here, some team training here, and we have some volunteer forest site. So, if we needed to do that kind of training, we basically get out there and mitigate somebody's property.
And then is there a follow-up grant to be able to implement this once the training is taking place?
There's several grants that are for wildfire mitigation. You have to, most of the time, have a CWPP, that Community Wildfire Protection Plan. So we're working on it now. We had 2 meetings. I have U.S. Forest Service, Colorado Forest Service, BLM, Reggie and Extension, myself, Vernon, who's doing that map overlay. He talked a little bit about that in his report. He's doing all the layovers of the historic structures we want to protect, all the evacuation route, all the high and medium risk. And so the way, we're trying to put that through is to look at all those factors and not just go with one map. We're putting all those factors together to determine high and medium risk. So there will be grants. This training grant will take 1 or 2 years to get done. So at that time, we should have the CWPP put together. I'm hoping we have it together in 1 year. So I think it's very doable. And I think it's something that the community has been asking about. I get called all the time. Do you have any grants for mitigation? I have one now where a lady is working in the valley on a logging project, and she wants to apply for a furworm grant. And don't ask me what it stands for because I have no idea, but it's a federal grant that she's done, I guess, 7 or 8 years of preparation, and now she'd like to finish up that grant so we can support that grant for individual homeowners like that, where there's been sufficient labor put in on their part. So I think it will all just start coalescing once we actually have a workforce. And when we have other options, there is a civilian corps that is Mile High Youth Corps. And they're already trained. We also have inmates And we are within 300 miles of the prison, so so if we get more demand,
Plenty of inmates.
we got plenty of inmates, and they've been trained, I think we could definitely make a difference in this wildfire mitigation, which helps our threat. And
I can tell you from experience, if you end up needing to get a brand new chainsaw, that particular inmate won't take a break because he doesn't want to set the saw down. Somebody else might pick it up, take it away from him. We had an inmate worker for Road and Bridge doing some trimming for us one
Yeah.
time, and our saw just flat quit, and we had to go buy a new saw. And that guy,
You're really good, actually.
he wouldn't set it down.
yeah,
So, and they're
things
really
happen.
help if you can line those up.
yeah.
They are good work.
Now, when I went to a mitigation fire camp one time on the western slope, this is how sophisticated it is. You get one of those orange trays and they put it right on the tray. So it's very basic. This is not a frilly training. So just to follow up on, I guess, do we actually need anything to like a motion on that, or
No,
No.
we're gonna do it in the budget.
do it in the budget? Okay. Follow up on what Vernon said. When we purchased the salamander inventory system, we had in mind that we would be value added to the county, and that the subscription for that is expensive every year. So if we add another person, we may have to add a fee for the salamander. And our vision was that we would either loan out the equipment or teach people how to do their own inventory, whether it was EMS, sheriff. It started with the radios. Kevin and I went back and forth on how current is our radio inventory. We're still working on it. We're going to have an inventory night. The sheriff and I are planning on having a inventory afternoon and evening and the following morning, and having people bring in their radios. We've asked a couple of departments already to start on this. In addition, we have started a communications committee, and that has, I have a chair recruited and one communications tech. So I'm pretty excited that we're getting that going, and that'll help us with the radio inventory and control. Then every year, once we put the tags on, essentially the salamander is a very sophisticated inventory system in that you tag it, and then the next year or wherever you want to, count it again, you just zap that tag. It will go into that spreadsheet in the cloud, and it will have more sophisticated information if we want. Like, for example, if you put a car in there, you can put in there when the oil change happens. So we see this, as a potential tool for all of the county departments, including like Road and Bridge, where, they could track their equipment repairs, their oil changes. I think it'll be very efficient and effective, but we need the plan. So I would suggest that Vernon and OEM work together on that plan, because some of these assets would be good to know from the emergency point of view, and some of them would be from the pure inventory assets, knowing who has what, especially when they leave, making sure all that equipment and stuff gets turned in. So that would be my recommendation, is to work directly with Vernon on the salamander.
Yeah, and just for the basic, I brought up the ID cards that we are all supposed to have, but I don't believe that is the case throughout the county and the other districts. I think even Wetmore Fire, I think, has a few members that don't have cards, and then for a while there was no access. I think that the salamander's up and running a lot better now.
Well, I mean,
So,
yeah,
that would be something to address as well. Because, fire, per se, I mean, you go to a big event and they're gonna be tracking you that way.
Yep.
A lot of times, so.
There are two different systems. They're both Sounder. One's inventory, which we purchased this year. The other one we've had. The equipment was scattered. And so again, this is why we need equipment, inventory. Wet Mount Fire had the printer. The sheriff has the other printer because they do the deputy badges. And so, we now have the printer. And we have the capacity to print new badges. We just printed all new deputy badges yesterday for, they took new pictures and they wanted new badges. So we have a bigger vision than just handing somebody a badge, okay? What I would like to do is tie the badge to their training, which is supposed to be the way you do this. It's a credentialing system, not just a badge. So as we move forward in any kind of security keying for the buildings, we can certainly implement at the same time. And we did talk to Braden and Lisa, I think, about what we'd like to have is a training program for the county employees for emergency management. And to have a standard, which there was a resolution back in 2014 that said will be NEMS compliant. And so, you know, what does that mean? That means that anyone who has a disaster role should be taking some basic classes. They're online, but I will be able to teach them in a lecture format and help people get through the classes if they aren't comfortable with the computer. So what I'd like to do is tie the training and the badge together. You get the training, you get the badge. And we want to make this a fun program, maybe build in some rewards. So those that get their badges done by X date, you know, they get snacks on Thursday or whatever. You know, people love snacks.
Bill will buy them
Donuts, a round of donuts. for
Yeah.
friends.
Yeah, and so I have a draft of this plan, but things aren't super settled in the finance and HR area yet. So I think once I get, you know, some time, and I know that you're trying to work through all of that, but would be great if we could mesh those two together.
Just come up with a plan and give us some options. Tell us
Okay.
what you
I
want.
agree with that. I think we should. And if that becomes, if we can make that our key card access at some point or another.
And you can just also get another key card. They have a little plastic thing like this, you know, where you have your
Yeah.
badge on the front and then you can put your key card in the back.
Yeah.
So, and you know, we can help do these, and thinking we probably would have some cool, you know, Custer County
Yeah.
lanyards, you know, but things like that. So, we too have had this vision, and I don't know where we're at with the key card grant, but I did the best I could,
I appreciate.
asking
Thank you.
to have that
I
put
know that
forward.
was last minute.
Yeah, so I don't know if it got submitted, but that's, you know, it was really in the sheriff's bailiwick, so that's where
No,
that's
it's
at.
fine. Appreciate that.
Yeah.
Mhm.
And I'm seeing here, did you bring this? The emergency management mutual aid?
Yeah, let me just go over it real quick. Because I'm not sure everyone's aware, but in 2022, Kevin signed the Emergency Services Intergovernmental Mutual Aid Agreement with the South Region, Custer, Fremont, Huerfano, Los Alamos, and Pueblo. And basically, it just says that we would exchange services at the emergency management level. So if Pueblo had a big event and their emergency manager was out of town, they could request that I come over and work. Basically, we do that as a friendly neighbor to neighbor gesture through this mutual aid agreement. And it was signed last year, so we don't need to sign it. But I think it's 40.
Okay, so this wasn't.
You know,
This is nothing new.
It's nothing new. It's already in force, and we're waiting, I think, for Los Alamos to sign it. But it's just to be aware. I did bring the new agreement for Lang Hall. We added the one liner in there saying that Lang Hall representative and myself would work out the fee structure And so if I could get you to sign both of those, Kevin, I will take them over and get Rick Parent to sign.
Okay, and they were in agreement with that addition.
Well, I mean, it's
Okay, yeah.
kind of a non-plus,
All right.
but I'll talk to him about it.
And I would ask Kelly, I believe we voted to approve this pending that.
We did,
yeah.
Correct. Okay,
Thank you.
I wanted to know that before I signed it.
Yes. And just because this is my first meeting with Lucas, I just wanted to do like a 6-month report on what OEM has been doing. And so it goes back a little bit to January, but this infographic does outline that, one, we got the hazard mitigation plan adopted for 5 years. And we did that by deadline in April, which was a really good thing because it went through to FEMA before they got the new standards implemented, which would have made us jump through more hoops. And so that was a really good thing. The second thing was the emergency operations plan that was updated. It was a 2017 plan. And it was really out of compliance because I guess the adoption wasn't really well documented. It didn't have a resolution from the county. So we wrote a new plan and that was approved from the state of Colorado. And now we are in compliance for our EMPG grants. And then just to let you know, this isn't the easiest process ever because we have an integrated plan for the EOP, which includes the 2 special districts and the 2 fire districts. So resolutions were required from each one of those towns and district. So that was a total of 12 resolutions, which, you know, you have to go to the meeting, explain, they don't read the plan, so you have to go back. So that was accomplished. And Kelly, I know you asked for a copy. Did you get that, the final copy? Okay, I'll get you a final copy that has all the end resolutions embedded in there for our records. And then we did apply for 2 grants in the first half of the year, and one was approved, and that was the EMPG special projects. The other one was the CDS grant, which was looking for a EOC building, and that was not approved, but doesn't mean we can't apply again next year. And then the last thing is just training. Of course, we are required with the EMPG grant to get a lot of training, and Jennifer's still working on some of hers, but we did go to the SEMA conference, a CERT conference, and LEPC conference, and are taking lots of training, including the PIO training, ICS 300 and 400, and EOC ICS coordination, which we had at Wetmore, and we shared between Pueblo and Custer, because sometimes we don't always have enough students. So that was kind of an in-between spot, and they have a beautiful community training room. So
Yeah, they do.
yeah, it's very nice. It's the kingdom. Oh, your kingdom. That's
Yeah, not my kingdom, just the kingdom. All right.
And then, thank you so much.
Kelly may need a copy of that.
Oh, you want me just to send it to you after I get it done? Okay. And then, the other part of my report has to do with the crisis track. Okay. So hopefully you got in your package what's called Crisis Track and Survival Portal Announcement.
We don't have it.
Oh, it was on the report, staff report.
I know, but they didn't give a staff report from you.
Oh, I sent it to you over a week ago.
Yeah, I didn't see it.
Oh,
Yeah, what we're seeing is that mutual aid agreement is what I have in here.
Oh,
So I don't, short answer is we don't have that in front of us.
okay. So
hit the highlights.
I'll hit the highlights and the lowlights. The state, as a result of the Marshall Fire, was told by the legislature to come up with a solution to do rapid damage assessment. So typically what damage assessment is you drive around and you look at the homes and you rate them with a damage rating. So they have purchased a software to now do that, where people can individually go in and update that damage assessment rating online, which does make it faster and consolidates it all in one place, and you don't have all these sheets that you're trying to put together and then put onto a map. So this is called Crisis Track. They bought licenses for every county and tribe, and they have already uploaded data. One of the features of the program is that they take the assessor's data and they put it into the program existing, so that when someone puts their information in there, it's already a ping in the database, and they match it to an address. And it also could be a really good way to find out if there was damage in a pocket somewhere, which sometimes happens, that has never been reported or no one has seen. So there are advantages to the program. They also decided to contract with the same company for a survival portal. The survival portal would be then, if the person needed help because of the disaster, they would go online and enter their information about, I need this, I need that, I can't work, whatever. It does give us, again, a quicker way to do that. Not to say that you wouldn't still have to do case management and face-to-face, reach out or outreach to people. So I wanted to get your approval to either opt out or opt in to the system. So my concerns are that our population is not real up on computers and smartphones and doing things online. So I would definitely want a backup plan and be able to have these written applications and written information, as well as the portal. I believe there's a little mistrust of government online. And so these are my concerns. So I wanted to get your feedback.
What's opting in mean?
It means that we will have to provide a little bit additional data that's not considered just the public record data. So the assessor's office or Vernon, in his major data projects, may have to provide additional information to put into the database. And then there is a training October 31st. And that is in Pueblo for probably the assessor or assistant, maybe Vernon, myself, anybody else you can think of that would be able to, put data into that
So the
system.
money involved is paying labor to do this. There's no other charge.
No, there's no licenses or anything that we have to follow.
What's opting out?
Opting out would mean having to, develop our own systems for this, and then probably doing more of a paper. Certainly we can run spreadsheets and all of our technology that we have, but we don't have a database to automatically capture all of that. And if we had a database, some counties do have a database they've already been using. It supposedly uploads, and the state did find this to be extremely helpful when they had big rains back in June, and that tornado in Highlands Ranch and all that. They were able to consolidate information significantly faster when it was a widespread disaster throughout. I think there's 8 or 10 counties that are designated now.
So if we would opt in, how long do we have to put all this information in there?
I don't really know the deadline. I know they've called me a couple times trying to get it put in. And I don't know how much work or how many hours, but I can certainly get that. It's a one-time entry.
So what it actually does, what's the benefit? It gets a database, people know we had a big fire and we had 10,000 people's homes get destroyed. What do you do with that data? What happens? Does
Well-
somebody go to the feds, go in there and say, okay, here's $1 billion for everybody that was in that area or what?
Yeah, hopefully, essentially,
What is the point?
okay, a preliminary damage assessment is always involved to assess the size of the
Mhm.
disaster.
Mhm.
So if it's under 100 homes, probably not going to get any kind of assistance from the feds.
Mhm.
If it's 1,000 homes, it would be a lot quicker to have this kind of software that would roll up, and let's say it's a fire that covers 2 or 3 counties, then it rolls up even faster. So then the detailed damage assessment that FEMA comes and does with the locals, with the state, it's a joint DDA, the detailed damage assessment, would then, this data would support that. So it's a lot faster than going street to street to street to street. So there is expediency, certainly, if people use it.
But
And
this is still, this is still if everybody that lives in those homes that have been damaged or. It's up to them to put it in the portal or.
Yeah, it's still in here, so, and you don't know what they did. You do know if their house burned when you're walking around.
And that was my question, because you kind of talked two different things there from what I was hearing as well, because it'd be the assessor, it'd be the IT, and whoever else might be inputting data here, but then you also talked about the individual homeowners, they're the ones that have to put this assessment in.
Well, we can put it in as well, you know, once we
So,
get,
But you gotta
the
get
information.
from
Mhm.
And what's
the
the
homeowner has to get
criteria?
involved.
What kind of criteria are you using? What are you entering in? I mean, because I'm the homeowner and my home is half burned up. That's a total loss to me or whatever. If it's somebody else, it might not be. I mean, you know. if the-
Yeah, we would use the
So
standard
that's-
FEMA definitions, which
and
is minor, major, and
that's
destroyed.
where I'm wondering how accurate that data might be when every individual has a different mindset, I guess you would say.
I totally
when you're
agree.
Entering that, so that's kind of a question I have.
Yeah, we still would have to verify that data when it comes to the detailed damage assessment. But the preliminary damage assessment would help drive us to know whether to request for a state disaster.
Yeah.
It's all based on the damage
So
assessment.
if you had to go around and you had to do, let's say it happened out in Rosita and you had to go around. On 99 homes, but it's already been 4 weeks to figure out 99 homes and it's. Been 200 homes the whole time. We'd have a quicker response from.
We have a
federal
quicker
and state.
response, and there is a 30-day deadline on the damage assessment. So you do have to get it done quickly. I think the week I started my job, we did a very small damage assessment with planning and zoning, who really should be the lead on damage assessment, both at the county and then supported through the towns with their planning and zoning staff. And so we went out and we looked at some of the homes, and there was an education process, because we don't like go on the roof. And we do that from the car. It's a windshield assessment.
Mm.
It's not all that detailed. Like, you don't even go inside. So it's either minor, major, destroyed. And a lot of it has to do with whether it's habitable or not habitable.
Hmm.
So,
And that was gonna be my next question, because we didn't mention planning and zoning, that they are part of that because of that.
yes, they're actually the lead for damage assessment.
Hmm.
And so Dorothy and I kind of went through some of the forms, and we went also out to the poles that were blown down
Mhm.
and did kind of a damage assessment out there and kind of tried to put something together just to practice.
Mm.
And it's a big job if it's manual. So I think we'd have to have that alternate plan to still collect information, because I don't think everyone's gonna go on the internet.
Do it themselves.
Not everybody can.
Yeah, I mean, we have really good support. I mean, the library will open up for us to do the computers, and people come in and do their work there, but you know. That's,
Well, there's the information or the educational piece of that as well, because when that happens, you know, if my house would have been one of the ones that burned down in the Mason fire, and this would have been in place, I wouldn't have known to go to X website to update the information on it either, because
Yeah.
we don't, and people don't know.
mhm,
So that's also is and will be an ongoing issue because of the lack of information, even when great pains are taken to educate and get that information out there, it's hard to disseminate that.
mhm.
So, but it is another tool in the toolbox.
It is, and the expediency certainly is, I think, efficient.
And the information gathered here, I'm gonna ask this question, because people will want to know. Basically is location. What's on the house or, you know, outbuildings, yada, yada, but no personal information is garnered on this.
The name and address will be on the database, and then the public information that's in the assessor's office. So that will have also the value. Property value.
Okay.
It won't cover everything because part of the damage assessment has to do with whether people have insurance or not. And if you have a high population of under or not insured, then you are more likely to get a declaration. If everyone's insured, then that's why we have insurance.
Thoughts?
I guess see what it would take for how much of Vernon's time it would take to input the information into that program. So we kind of have a in-house cost of what that would cost us, and then as people move, come and go, right, as turnover happens, do we have to continue to update that, and who updates that, and
That's done through the assessors.
done through this stuff?
Yeah, so it should be captured there.
Okay,
So that would probably be another conversation to be had. Would be with JD.
Yes.
In his office as well.
but then that takes me back to the whole iWorks thing that Dorothy was talking about. If she can't get that system updated, and she's got to be the person that goes out. And
How do you tie
assesses
into the
this.
assessor?
If she's not tied into the assessor and his updates. Her system, then are we gonna? Now we're gonna get another system and are we gonna be able, I mean,
You won't. talk
We
to
haven't
the-
said-
You won't talk to the others. It won't. I'll bet you.
so,
I see what you're saying there.
I don't know anything about the iWorks or
Yeah.
that system.
And,
It's a good option and have to decide. Possible.
but that would be a conversation to have with him as well, to see if his office would even be willing to do that. Because if not, then there's no sense in even pursuing it.
Yeah, I told him that I was coming to you first,
Okay,
and to see if this is a direction you wanted to head, and so he's aware that it's on the table, but doesn't really know many of the details about it.
I think this will be a good workshop subject with. Planning and zoning, OEM, the assessor, IT, and how we. If we would go down this road, how we bring this together.
It's worth it or not.
Yeah, and is it worth it? Yeah, and how do we execute it?
Just like that. Okay, got anything else?
Yes, I just need the rescheduled date, if I could. for our senior disaster officials that we were going to do in, I don't remember when.
Months ago.
Yes, some time ago.
Okay.
The two dates I have are November 7th or November 21st.
November 7th or the 21st, and that's for what?
The disaster senior officials.
It's smart.
I missed the first part. My ears were still ringing.
Yeah, that was loud.
Yeah, and everybody's phones were turned down, so they couldn't turn
What
it
time? 7th or what?
21st
Um,
November.
November 7th or
21st
21st.
is open. For that. Maybe not.
We could do morning or afternoon, so
7th is a BOCC meeting, and that would be, the first one would be at 1, so what time of the day are you thinking? How long?
we can
does it
do
take?
more, it's about 3.5 hours. We can do morning or afternoon. So it'd probably be like 8 to 11:30 or 8 to 12 or 1 to 4:30.
We have basically a 1 to 4 BOCC on the 7th, so 21st.
That's Thanksgiving week and people are
We
gone.
don't have a BOCC on the 7th. And
don't?
8th and 9th because.
Oh, it's right, we moved
Election day.
Oh, right, it is the 8th. I even mentioned that earlier.
Yeah, you
But
did.
It wasn't on this schedule.
So, yeah, on mine, I have it on the 7th and not on the 8th or the 9th, so I guess I should change that.
So the 8th and would be in both of those, that would be in the afternoon if we did it on the 8th. Because the meeting would be.
She's saying she has the 7th.
That's right, we
It'd
can't
be
do
the
it on
7th or the.
Yeah, no, I didn't know if you
21st.
would be
The 7th
involved in
would
the
work better
election.
For me.
I can do the 7th.
7th would be all right.
I believe.
Be better than 21st because
Mhm.
I know I'm going.
Both of those days I have an evening deal, but I have an attainable housing on the 21st. So the 7th would work better for me.
What time?
7th will work.
What time is better for you
8 to
guys?
11 or 1 to 4, so it sounds like.
8 to 11:30 or,
8 to 11:30, yeah.
okay,
That's just me.
Okay,
8 to 11:30.
why not?
Maybe with that title again for my typing expertise here.
I can't remember the name of it. It's been renamed. It's
Okay.
Where are we gonna
something,
do it?
I'll just say OEM
senior
workshop.
officials, yeah, senior officials or disaster executives or something like that. So all the electeds will
Where do we
be
want to do it?
invited.
Where, your building?
Yeah, we can do it in my building,
Sorry.
it's our building.
OEM workshop. 8 to 11:30.
And we'll get donuts.
Good. It'll work.
I will not be there.
You don't do that,
Election day.
right? Did you want to be there?
I've been to them before, but
Mhm.
So if we tell her you can't get out of it that way.
So the 21st would actually be a better date for you than. Or not. I could make the 21st work, let me see when that attainable housing in the afternoon, I could do an 8 to 11:30 on the 21st as well.
Candy.
I can't, but you guys can do without me.
You
Yeah.
can't get out.
Let's stick with the 7th.
Yeah. let's
We-
stick with the
We
7th.
can get you the materials.
yeah, that would be fun, because the 21st may not work for me either, because I'll be far on it.
Mm.
that week.
Okay. Okay, we got that, so that's.
I'll send a reminder email.
All right,
I think that's
we
it.
gotta move on here
You good then?
and move out.
Yeah.
Alrighty.
Thank you.
Thank you, yeah, if you can. Get a little more information on the.
Okay.
all the parties involved.
Thanks, Ron.
That would be good.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Good to see you.
Likewise.
Okay, would you guys gentlemen like a quick break before we do our last two reports?
I'm good either.
They're written reports.
Let's go.
All right, one to check.
Take a donut with you, Robin.
So the two that we have remaining would be the recycling report and the
See, I don't see recycling on the agenda. Oh, there it is up there. It's way up.
And we do have a written report here from them.
So we're good.
Steve is still doing a great job. He's got a placeholder on the report.
Thank you.
Okay, so what we're gonna do?
I'm running through here real quick. Any questions on that? Okay. Well, let's go then to our BSU report. Let's do in front of that one. Oh, you guys have a different format.
All right, we can find, I can.
Would think it was
Yeah,
October
we gotta
15th.
remember that. That's on the agenda. Sure, that's still. It's on the mid-month day too. Oh, October, I'm sorry. 15 is Sunday. Yep, I got it.
Anything from you, sir? Alrighty. You don't have to do anything on those to approve, so. Any unfinished business? And new business. Consideration of adopting resolution 23-10, conveying property in the town of Silver Cliff. And I will read that real quick. Resolution, Custer County Resolution number 23-10. A resolution of Custer County, Colorado, conveying the county's interest in and to certain parcels of real estate, of real property located in Custer County. Whereas Custer County owns certain parcels of real property located in Custer County that are described as follows: the north half of Lot 5, Block 126, town of Silver Cliff, Colorado. And whereas Custer County has no use for this land that would serve the interest of the citizens of said county, and whereas adjacent property owners to the real property described above have expressed a desire to purchase said property from Custer County, and whereas Custer County solicited sealed bids from all adjacent property owners for the lot described above, and whereas the only sealed bid for the lot described above was from Michael L. Cassendick and Laura Lynn J. Cassendick, whose bid was $500. And whereas the Board of County Commissioners has voted to accept the bid submitted by the above named parties, and by this resolution agrees to convey its ownership interest in the north half of Lot 5, Block 126, down of Silver Cliff, Colorado, to Michael L. Cassendick and Laura Lynn J. Cassendick by a quitclaim deed, which shall be recorded with the Custer County Clerk and Recorder, with delivery of said deed to be made upon recording. The Board of County Commissioners has received a check from the purchasers for the purchase amount, and such check shall be deposited into the general fund. Now therefore, let it be resolved by the Board of County Commissioners for Custer County, Colorado, that one, a quitclaim deed shall be executed by the chairman of the Board of County Commissioners of Custer County on behalf of the board and the county, conveying to Michael L. Cassendick and Laura Lynn J. Cassendick the real property described as follows. And that would be the north half of Lot 5, Block 126, town of Silver Cliff, Colorado. And that said deed shall be duly recorded with the county clerk and recorder of Custer County and delivered to Michael L. Cassendick and Laura Lynn J. Cassendick, approved and adopted this 4th day of October 2023 at West Cliff, Colorado. Signature lines for the 3 commissioners and the testament line for Kelly S. Camper.
Yeah, I move we accept them or enact, are we enacting the resolution? Adopting the resolution.
I'll second.
Okay, so I do have a motion on the floor to adopt the resolution, Custer County Resolution number 23-10. That takes us to discussion.
He talked to you, didn't he? Kelly called you. I talked to him and asked him to get a hold of you, so you knew the process.
I do have a question. Title search. There was not a title search done on this. And to convey this deed for this transaction. So does that need to take place? I believe it does. And then who is going to, is the county paying for that title search, or is the purchasers going to pay for that title search? Because it was deeded, it's not, the county did not pick it up on tax, it was deeded to the county as well, and so it's my understanding that any time a real estate transaction takes place, you have to have a title search on it.
Either the buyer or the seller pays for that, and I think it's the buyer, or I'm not sure.
So I don't know
So,
if we need to have that.
I don't think we do. If we had the title, we accepted it without a lien on it, I'm sure. Isn't that the case?
I don't know that. So that's my question, and do we need to address that before we approve the resolution?
And I told Kevin, I think that may be why Dan did it on a quick claim deed instead of a county deed.
That's right.
When there's not a.
That's his risk. Quick claim deed is. But normally they do.
That's the people who purchased it. That's their risk.
Just according to general practice, it claims that in Colorado, sellers typically pay for the title search and closing service fees.
Sellers claim. Sellers do.
Okay. So then that takes me back, do we need to do that title search, or is that? Or not? I mean, I'm not against doing this, and I would prefer to go ahead and do it, but I want to make sure that we don't skip a step that needs to be taken either.
Well, we don't have to if he agrees to accept it. It's up to us. I think Dan did a quick claim deed for a reason. So it's not
I don't
a $500 piece of ground.
have a problem. Either way, I guess.
What's that now?
I don't have a problem either way.
Okay.
I
And
think
if we're good selling it without that, and I guess if the buyer's good without that, taking the risk,
Yeah, he
I
would have the
be-
option not to
I mean,
accept if he
I
didn't
have
get it.
nothing against that. I
Yeah.
just. I just want to make sure
Yeah.
that it's
Good
not
question.
something that has to be done before we
Yeah.
approve this resolution, adopt this resolution.
He can refuse it if he wants. But there's no reason to shoot. There's no utilities on it. There's nothing on it. It's a piece of raw ground.
It would only be if somehow we ended up with the deed to it and
He's ended up
we
with
got
it
the
by-
wrong.
Yeah.
The wrong person gave it to us, right? And that's,
Yeah, if you go out and look at this, take this out and it ends up somebody's got a house on that lot. You know,
right,
that's part of that title search and make sure that
Right.
everything's where it's supposed to be.
And that's easy. Walked out there and there's nothing there. Everything, all the grass is still there. I'm
I'd
good.
say,
with it.
I'd say
I'm
let's go
fine.
forward with it.
Okay. Yeah, if you guys are good with it, I am. I just wanted to bring that to our attention.
No, it's a good thing.
Okay. Okay, anything else? Anything from the room? Look online. Seeing none, those in favor of adopting resolution number 23-10. Signify by saying aye.
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 That motion carries. We have one other item on our, let's see.
A handout for me.
Oh,
Yeah.
I didn't know that maybe you were headed for the. And I don't know, we needed a break. All right, we have one item left on our agenda, and that is discussion of establishing 3 new voting precincts.
All this is the no time to take here. The discussion is on. Here's the handout. It's the statute that handles doing it.
We just put that in.
Yeah. You want it, have a copy. Here's a copy. Anyway, this is just a thing. I also sent forward an email from Jack Canterbury. And that email has a link that talks about deadlines. There's no intention to do this before next year. And that would be the consensus right now, to break it into 6 precincts, which puts us in, if by the statute, it shows that 650 to 700 is what is preferred, and that gets us into the 650 range or 700 about. And it gives time of what Jack volunteered to do is come forward with the deadline is February what was it, 15th, 5th of February. If we're going to do this for the next election, the big election, 24. And he'll come back with a process in order to do it, set up the options on how and where, and if there's places to do polling and what they would be and how that would be done, and volunteers that might help and all that program itself. So I don't want to get into that today. It's not we're not going to vote on. It's just a process that it's been asked to get started, and I happen to agree with it. I like the idea, and I think we should at some point. And that would we need to get started on this before the end of December is his option. So he will come back to us, or maybe even right after the first year with the options and how to do it. So that's it. I would suggest this particular link puts the election calendar there, and it gives you the dates that are actually there.
So would this be up to Jack to set these up, or is it?
No, it's up to, he's
the
all he's
county
gonna.
clerk to set this up?
No, it's up to us. This is a commissioner's responsibility to do. To set it up.
I'm
Kelly,
seeing a head
Kelly's,
shake over here.
Well, that's
so
what-
I'll let her. speak
that's my
to it in a
understanding.
minute or two. So
but that's the process. It can be either, I don't care who sets it up. It's a matter of the kind of the commissioners are responsible to do it.
Would you care to speak to that, ma'am?
So in statute. 1-5-101.
What do I have? I didn't get
It's the same one you just handed out.
Subject to approval by the Board of County Commissioners,
Right.
the county clerk and recorder of each county shall divide the county into
Right.
3 election precincts for all general. So that's my job,
That's your job to do, Nancy.
yes.
If we decide to go forward.
Yes, but. You saw I had emailed Dan about this. Asking him, it was, when I visited with Secretary of State's office. They said that it is 100% my job to do that.
Yeah, that's correct.
It's not a commissioner. One thing.
Board
Red
of County
3A.
Commissioners may establish, Kelly, and so,
Yes, they may.
but the job of showing where it would be that we would adopt is your job to do. That's correct. To make it so that it conforms with whatever the criteria is. I understand.
So I just did this in 22. According to statute, I don't have to redo it again unless the numbers in those precincts double. The reason for precincts is for voting purposes.
I did.
It's set up for voting purposes. It is not my belief that you have precincts to be able to have more precinct committee people to be able to give them votes in the central committee.
No, that's not the point. That's not at all.
So
That's
what's
not
the
even,
point?
the point is to get, to begin with, is the requirement says in all counties, the minimum they wanted, or the max they wanted was 650 to 700. We have to double that right now.
That's not the max.
Yeah, the max is a 1,500
15.
if that's true, but the criteria says, and that's if you read it carefully, let me read it. I'll read it out here. Says counties that
Where
use,
you at, sir?
I'm starting up at the top of the piece of paper that I gave you.
Which one?
The actual,
The CRS 15101?
yeah, that's it. Subject to approval by the Board of Commissioners, the county clerk and the recorder of each county shall divide the county into as many election precincts for all general, primary, and congressional vacancy elections as convenient for the eligible electors of the counties, not for the Republican committee or anybody else, and shall designate the place for a precinct at which elections are held. In establishing boundaries, the Board of County Commissioners shall take into consideration natural and artificial boundaries that meet the requirements of the United States Bureau of Census. Precincts shall be numbered in accordance with 1-5-101.5. Changes to the precinct boundaries of the county shall be made only within the district boundaries for which the representative and senatorial districts exist. So that sometimes makes the precincts different in different counties. Because sometimes those districts overlap. There's some precincts that have as little as 5 in the state, believe it or not, and there's some that have as many as several thousand.
Yes.
And some of the big counties have as little as 650, and they try to get them down to reasonable numbers. So in counties that use paper ballots, and that's an objective here at some point, the county clerk and recorder, subject to approval by the Board of Commissioners, shall establish at least one precinct for every 600 active eligible electors.
No,
That's what it says.
that must be an old, this is the new, I just pulled this off.
I did too.
1,500. active eligible electors.
This says, I'm just gonna read it here, because it does talk about 1,500 a minute here. So let me go through this then. One precinct for every 650, with boundaries taken into consideration. That's our board of county commission may establish a precinct for every 750. In a county that uses an electronic or mechanical voting system, the county clerk, subject to approval by the commissioners, shall establish a precinct for 1,500 active voters if it's using an electronic system. However, the clerk and recorder, subject to approval by the board, may establish one precinct for 750 active. So that's our option. See? So that's what I'm suggesting. I still believe we should and can do this. Notwithstanding, except this is down number 5. Otherwise required by federal law in order to facilitate preparation of a computerized database for use in redistricting all. That will take place after the census in years Indian, even it talks about when you can do it and when you can't. It's still a precinct boundaries established by the county clerk and recorder of each county, subject to approval of the board, that are used in the general election in the years ending in the number 8 shall, goes on about that. So all I'm suggesting is, without debating whether it's good or bad or whether we can and can't do it, that this is valid to consider, because in fact, from a point of view of making it easier to get the count in, there's no reason why we can't get a count done the day of an election, and that's the goal here in the future. My personal goal. So I would like to have this on, and we'll have a workshop, I guess is what we'll call it, or a meeting where they'll bring in some options on how we would do this, why it's important to do, what the consensus is, get the general public understanding what the possibilities are and why or why not it might be the right thing to do. Not going to make a decision today on that merits.
I would like to ask a question, sir. Where did you pull your document from?
I got it off the, I had it sent to me by CTSI. I asked for it.
Where did you pull your document from?
Off the Colorado revised statutes
But
online.
it said the same thing.
No, it doesn't say the same thing. If you look down there, because there was a question there, because where you were reading in paren 3, sir, just go ahead. She has paren A and paren B.
No, I agree with that. Kevin.
Okay, so.
The content was the same.
No, let me finish, sir. Thank you. In the copy that came from the clerk,
Let me
paren A,
and I'll forward that back to.
this is paren 3, paren A. Every county clerk and recorder, subject to approval by the Board of County Commissioners, shall establish at least one precinct for every 1,500 active eligible electors in the county at the time of the most recent federal decennial census.
Yeah.
However, if the county clerk and recorder, subject to approval by the board, may establish one precinct for every 2,000 active eligible electors. Paren B, the precincts established by the county clerk and recorder in subsection 3A of this section need not be modified until the precincts have more than twice as many active eligible electors as they did at the time of the most recent federal decennial census, or when they are established by the county clerk and recorder, whichever is later. That is a totally different.
I agree.
That is.
So it doesn't say you can't do it further down.
May I finish?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, and then I'll let you talk.
I don't care.
I'm trying to finish my statement. That is a totally different statement than the number 3 in the document that you have provided. And so that is why my question is where both of these documents came from. And we need to be looking at the same document. The proper document. One of these documents is correct and one of these documents is not correct.
I don't have a problem accepting that, Kevin, and if we can use the one that Kelly gave, it doesn't matter, because I still want to have the workshop and discuss doing that, because you can still do it.
Okay, let me finish again here, please. I still haven't finished my statement. And I would appreciate it if I would appreciate it if I could, sir. Thank you. one of these documents is correct, one of these documents is not correct, we would need to have the proper document in front of us to discuss this, because this is one of the major points that of discussion here as to one, who is responsible to do this, and two, the numbers of electors in these precincts. And that is the statement that I am making here. You may now have the floor.
That's a good point, and there's no reason why we can't do that.
Okay,
Done. So we get that, and that'll be used in the workshop.
so.
You look under the number, and then it says copy citation. It says it's from the 2023 regular session, so I believe this is the most current one.
This
On
one's-
yours, it's dated 2022.
No, I believe.
Okay,
that's
so
not
I'm
an
just-
issue. It doesn't say you can't do it. It just says
We've
that
gotta
the
compare
process.
apples to apples and oranges to oranges, we can't.
Yeah, and so we'll use that one. That's not an issue. Just had the one that I had a
Okay.
handout.
Sir, do you have anything?
I don't, I gotta continue reading, studying.
So that was the only point to bring it up today, and then we'll see what we establish between now and the 5th of February.
Anything else on this discussion then, gentlemen?
No.
Any additional items of business?
So Matt sent out his. Matt Carver sent out his report, basically, or his list of work orders, so. Just want to take note of that. I think that program's a great program that he's using. It gets really expensive to extrapolate reports from it and to put another user on there. So I don't know, we're working through that. We'll see what we can come up with. Because I'd like to get more of a report from it, but I know that. Because otherwise disseminating the information gets a little tedious.
Is that
It's a software program, but
Maintain X?
yes, sir.
Okay. Because I was having a discussion with. What's his boss's name?
Chris.
Chris.
I was gonna say Chris, but I was
Chris
afraid I was gonna be
Pab.
wrong.
PAVP.
Because he's struggling because, well, he uses Google on a lot of things and they're wanting him to spend more money now. And Lisa was saying, well, the county, we have to pay for ours anyway, so,
Oh, that's right.
that's why I was kind of asking if this was on a Google program, you would have access to it more. because of
Yeah.
The county's deal, but
No, I just looked for a read version of it, and so we're looking into that, just so that whoever has him in their preview or best point of contact lane, whatever, that it'd be a little more visible.
okay.
Anyway, that's all I have.
I would have one, I guess, question. I know you voiced once that you would like to do a meeting with all of the county employees. And I've had that expressed to me as well, to where we could just all meet with the county employees and
Yeah,
we
maybe.
haven't set anything up yet, and I've been approached by 3 or 4 different people wanting to know if we're gonna do that, and
It's a good
so,
thing to do.
I'm gonna throw it out there now, when we could set something like that up, and this would be a meeting between the county commissioners and the
Yeah.
county employees, we could do it
How do you envision this?
We,
Ask question thing or what?
a meeting. Talk, this is a general meeting, a get to know Lucas meeting, kudos
Might as
meeting,
well start
a
now.
complaint meeting, whatever,
okay.
and I think this is something that would be very beneficial. Because we've spoken, there's concerns by a lot of county employees, and this would be a good meeting to have that. This would be a meeting between the county commissioners and the county employees. It would be need to be a posted meeting, I guess, and somehow, I mean, it's, that's the intent for that.
It'd be a posted closed meeting.
Yeah. And, I've had, like I say, numerous people
I have
approach me
too.
wanting to know about when we're gonna do that, so we hadn't set anything up, I wanted to bring that up. Do we want to set something up now for that?
Pick a date.
Sometime in November, huh?
I was thinking next week.
October's a little.
No.
Next week.
Next week.
Oh, I can imagine what you'll do to me when I'm not there.
I don't think so.
I was trying to get you to cancel. So next week is out,
Yes, sir.
and I'm envisioning, I don't know, be able to have full participation. I mean, I don't think we want to close offices down, so
No.
what I'm looking at and asking you gentlemen, if you are in agreement, we could start this meeting at 5. If we ran to 6 or 7, everybody's here until 5:30 anyway, so that's on the clock. And if we run long, that's overtime hours for these employees to attend this meeting, but we need to make it to where they can make this meeting. And we don't want to close the offices down. So I'm envisioning a day to start this meeting at 5 o'clock. And I believe that we can make that work. And, if we have to pay a little overtime to have them attended, I'm great with that.
Would this be including Road and Bridge, Sheriff's Department,
All
Public Health,
departments.
everybody,
I would think everybody.
not just the county?
Granted,
Not about the course.
sheriff's office will probably have to keep a couple people out on the road or
Right,
something like that,
okay.
but I think they could work that. Anyone that wanted to be here, they could probably work around that on their schedule. Road and Bridge would be, they get off at 5, don't they?
4:30 or 5?
They're at 5. So, that would be right at the end of their shift, so,
You thinking like a Thursday? Kind of at the end of the week or? is
No,
that-
we want to go home.
Yeah.
Don't want to see me.
what are you doing, looking at Monday?
You wanna do it on Monday instead? Start the week off
So,
with the
but
bang?
that's what I'm envisioning, if that works for you guys.
No.
Because there have been a couple of road and bridge employees also voice that they would like to be able to attend that as well.
Tuesday, the 17th.
Yeah.
That work?
Yeah, I can make that work. I'll
I'm
miss
just
my,
looking at my
I'll
calendar,
miss,
it's like, I'm free.
I'll miss my Florence fire meeting, but I don't have to make every one of those, so that's.
Well, but you guys go on to dinner on Tuesday.
That's okay.
That's what day we think?
Lisa suggested the 17th of October, which is a Tuesday,
We'll already be here for budget hearing.
so yeah, we
We
can do.
got that hearing that day.
Which is in the morning.
It hurt my
It is early afternoon, so I could make the 17th work, I could make the 18th work. Either one. Can you gentlemen make?
17.
17th?
October 17th.
Okay, and we'll do that at 5 o'clock.
All hands.
All hands meeting,
Location,
and this is, I'm gonna put,
courtroom or Lang Hall?
We have 99 or how many?
We have 90 employees roughly.
Yeah.
Yeah, 90. I mean,
How many fits in?
90 fits the courtroom, I think.
Yeah, you won't have all 90, so.
The courtroom should.
Courtroom.
I'd say the courtroom would work. Can I sit in the jury box? Because those chairs are way more comfortable.
No, no.
People fall.
Oh, that.
They take care of the jurors over there.
Oh,
Really?
So that's the 17th, and that will be at 5.
Make a comment.
You may.
I appreciate the offer of the paying the overtime, but like my employees do not get overtime. The salaried employees don't get overtime. And they're on the clock till 5:30 anyway, so. Just a thought that if you pay overtime and some people get overtime and some.
Would
people
we
don't.
be able to offer some flex time for salaried
Flex time.
employees? To where if we
That
go
might-
over,
That's
I'd
up
like
to
to
the
be able to
department.
compensate them to where, hey, now if they need to go and do a doctor's appointment, they can
They can just.
take flex time rather than sick leave or something like that, or they got a volleyball game they need to go to or something.
Yeah.
Would that work? I had not thought of that. So,
Well, that's good.
because I don't think there's an option to be able to pay overtime to a salaried,
No, you can't.
so. So I guess we would offer to salaried employees
Last time.
flex time.
I don't have a problem either. if You started at 4:30. So,
And that's an option we could,
Except you can't
we'd have to close,
close office. I
Right, you'd
mean,
have to leave somebody.
we'd have
on
to,
the
we'd have to
desk.
post notice
Then they can
and
come
let
in.
people know that the offices would be closed an hour early on that day. So we could do that,
Or just leave.
if that would be a better option. If we posted it for a week in advance or something.
Let's just do 5.
Okay,
We'll flex the time if they do overtime.
okay.
Sure. Each department can decide how to handle it.
So, and I suppose even the hourly ones, they could either take it out for OT or for flex time. That's all I had.
So it's at, what time then? They're going 5.
We're going 5. Since we already had it in our calendars.
Yeah, so it's changing it.
And then they're doing the budget starting when?
The budget starts at 9 AM. I have it 9 to noon in here, but
Budget hearings.
and it says Lisa needs lunch.
No.
Okay,
She
Good.
doesn't need to eat.
Anything else, gentlemen?
negative.
Public comment.
Yeah, we know.
Look online.
For us. I could see that.
Mr. Hedberg.
I'm like, God, I could see.
I was a little confused by the precinct thing. Where did that come from? It cut out and I couldn't hear.
That was a discussion, I believe Commissioner Kanda brought that to us to consider increasing our precincts from 3 to 6.
Oh, okay. Okay, I got it. All right, thank you.
You bet. Look again here, see here. That was the only hand I had up. Having no further public comment, I will adjourn this meeting at 1:02 PM.
Good deal.